Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon and crypto link in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Canna Bear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. Another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Gilded and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Hear each other anymore, and it's not how we want to behave. You know, people are just asking questions, and sometimes it gets difficult to hear each other. I think on the because we can't see that someone wants to talk, right? If people are on Google Meets, we don't know if people are intending to talk.
But hold on a sec. If somebody's denying the existence of water, what do you say to that?
Maybe you shouldn't say anything. I say, well, yeah, according to your belief, so be it.
Well, that's not a belief, though. We experience water. I'm sure he took a shower.
Yes, for him it's a belief. For him it's a belief system.
What does he call that stuff that comes out of the faucet anyway, buddy? Does he call it water? I bet he does.
The thing is that he wants you to prove that it exists, right?
No,
For him, baby,
no, I don't bend my knee to morons. That doesn't happen. If you can't accept water exists, you don't deserve a position of speaking to anyone at that point.
That's what I said. According to your belief, so be it, and then don't talk about it again. I mean,
that's not a belief, Betty. It's not agree, disagree. Water exists.
What we're getting into here is there's a nuance between describing something in detail, and if you break down H2O, that's a description of what it is, but that doesn't alter what we experience in physical terms, and it doesn't matter what it's called. Does it matter if it's called water or sebum? Sebum is the stuff that you get under your shower when you get in the shower in the morning. It's the stuff that comes out of the faucet. It doesn't matter. But if you want to sort of major on, well, there's a convention around water and it's described as such. So when you say what's water, it's not really justified if you're just describing what the thing we call water behaves like when we experience it. It doesn't matter what it's called. It doesn't matter about any conventions around it when you're just describing literally the thing that you experience.
Right.
Yeah.
And when I make the claim that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level, I don't need to justify why water exists or what water is. You experience that. So it's not a belief. It is.
But you can specify the sort of water, right? You can have seawater with salt in it, or like regular water. Right?
But that changes the description of water because you have to add a qualifier and call it seawater at that point, don't you?
Yeah, it's a qualifier.
Right. So I didn't use the qualifier of seawater. Why is it being added?
Well, sometimes it makes sense to, if you want to have drinking water, you don't want to have seawater.
No.
But I understand.
Hold on. The phenomena is boiling water as opposed to drinking water, which isn't really a phenomena. It's just, why does water boil?
Yeah. It's like the delta, like Nathan, QE says, right? With the also with the gradients in the sky, we first have to have the medium itself, and then you can have gradients. Yeah, but it's with the waters.
But that's how you eliminate bias, is with the experienced natural phenomenon, you observing that. That's how you get rid of the bias in the scientific method. Because if it's delusion and only I'm experiencing it, I'm not going to be able to science that for someone else. You see what I mean?
Got Paul in, the other Paul. John Paul.
No, this is John. Sorry, you guys are getting us mixed up.
No, you're not. It's just a lie.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I saw that. Hey, good morning. I saw that this morning. I was like, what in the world? How did my name get in this? I was like, what in the world's happening?
I don't know that the volume adjuster actually does anything for me. It doesn't seem to make any difference to their volume. Maybe I'm just. Maybe
so am I coming through low?
Oh no, that's better. Who's just said that though? Was that Paul or was that John?
It was the real Paul. Yeah, it was me. This is the first time I'm playing with it. I'm on my phone on my Bluetooth, so I didn't know how it's coming through.
Okay, I think it's
the real Paul. I've never claimed to be Paul. Damn it.
Something I told. I think I told the other Paul, the actual other Paul, yesterday is you might want to announce to for people on their phones to get push to talk to work, because if not, there's no other way to mute without push to talk on the phone. So if people use the phone, use push to talk.
I think it depends on whether you have Android or iPhone, I think.
Yeah, I have
know
Android.
mod section, and I tagged all the mods in, so anyone who becomes a mod can read that. You know, in the general chat in the mod section, I've just put down the faults that I've logged so far, and I also put it on the Skype for everyone. It's in there, that is.
Just to get back to the water thing, because it's really irritating me. For me to point out that you experience water, is it a legitimate question to ask me then, what is water?
no.
Well, I mean, I think you could. Well, I would say that you could experience water in different forms, but now when you say what is water, that's get more into its fundamental properties. Like, what is it made of? I would say.
You're overthinking this way too much. You're trying to justify a psychotic question. Do you experience water? Yes or no? It's that simple. If you don't experience water, you're in trouble because you've never taken a shower.
Well, I mean, I could experience. Yeah, I'm not going to say I could experience water, but what if it's some other substance that's poured over top of me? It could be something else. But yeah, I mean, you just
Really?
have to
Are you
define.
trying
You
to
have to
speak right so I
define
can
what
see
it
your
is.
flash?
Oh, sorry, I had my
Sorry,
keybind wrong.
You don't think that's water coming out of your faucet?
Well, I have an assumption. I trust the I trust the utility company to provide me water, but it could be some other substance without me knowing it.
Well, we have a way we can figure that out. Take and put some in a pot, see if it boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.6 psi, and you can figure out whether it's water or not.
Well, your assumption in that though is water the only substance that boils at that temperature? What if there's another substance that boils at the same temperature?
Jesus Christ, I can't
But that's
believe I
not the
wasted
claim.
my time answering you. That if you deny water exists, just stop, think about what you're doing, sit down, and just think about it.
I'm not denying that water exists, first of all, but I mean,
Breaking up,
You're
Paul.
denying the water is coming out of the tap in your faucet. Or you're saying
I'm
that's
just
an
making.
assumption.
Well, there is an assumption. I said it already. Water coming out of the tap. Well, I have to trust that the company that's providing me the water is giving me water. It could be some other substance. It acts like water. It probably is water, but I'm just assuming that it is water because I'm paying for them to provide me water.
It's just water. You know, you've experienced water before, haven't you?
What's going on here?
I have
People
no
denying
idea.
the existence of water. No shit, Tent. It's like an existential nightmare of just idiocy at this
No,
point.
this is a whole different argument than the one. I'm assuming, if I could use that word, I heard what Jaron said. There was no doubt it was water. Then he brought in the fact that, is it seawater? Is it water with something else? Is it okay? Well, we know what seawater is. We could put a fire to that and see what happens. We can put some rocks and sediments into regular water and see what happens. And we could just have some even distilled water and see what happens. And then we can just have tap water and see what happens. Those are all 4 different ways water got polluted or came to us. And what was the experiment? Water that was boiling. They to say, well, it could have been seawater. Well, then fine, let's do it with seawater and see what happens. This still doesn't take away the method.
Tenth, we can't even get into the method. People won't accept that they experience water at this point.
Who
That's how
doesn't?
that's how
who does-
far
Matthias.
past
Matthias came in.
this is gone.
But guys,
Wait a minute, I missed
in
Matthias.
Discord
What?
and G+, we've got to have a bit more vigilance about starting sentences before someone else is finished. Thanks.
Who's Matthias and what did he say?
Matthias is the foul mouth guy, the walking witness. He came in and he asked John, well, show me water.
Right.
Okay.
Is that a
okay.
legitimate question?
Well, maybe the first one is legitimate because we just don't know where the second question about it would be. So yeah, I'll show him water. And then if he denies it's water, I don't want to be around this guy anymore.
Why should you have to show somebody water? Like,
Because you don't
really?
know what the second part of the question might be.
Why would you need? Oh my goodness!
No.
But-
If someone says, show me water, I say, here's water. And then I'll see what he says.
Well, I pointed it out to him that he takes a shower, he walks in the rain,
Yeah,
he's experienced water.
yeah. That's water.
That at the end of the day, that's where you shut up. You don't have any right to speak anymore. You just ask what water was.
No, if this is the guy I'm thinking of, it's not even worth allowing a person like that to continue. That's nonsense.
Well, I have an idea. Don't drink water for about a month and you'll know what water is.
I think I kind of maybe John's getting a little frustrated at me because I kind of convoluted the argument slightly because he said the tap water, is that water? Well, I assume that it's water. I trust the utility company providing me water. So I'm a lot of assumptions that it is water, but it could be some other substance. I'm just making an assumption that it is. I experience water in other ways, like in the ocean and rain and other venues, that seems to have the same qualities of water. So I would assume it's water. That's the only argument I'm making.
You're right, but let's just take a step back. Right. So what we're talking about is an application in regards to science when it comes to boiling water. What's step 1? Observe natural phenomena. So if you observe a boiling hot spring, it's not going to be fluoridated.
Right, but if you can't even get someone to accept that water exists, how are you going to observe water boiling?
This is like that guy that came the other day and said, Earth is moving. And I said, oh, really? He says, yeah, the ants are moving dirt all the time. It's like, what? What are you talking about?
I got a question about that scurvy thing. What was he talking about with that? It's called scurvy. So what? It's still a scientific method proved that the lack of vitamin C caused people to get sick, correct?
It's an epistemological fallacy because he's saying that the meaning of the word somehow affects the word itself.
Brian
Look,
summarized
I
it.
don't know where to go.
Brian
No,
summarized it
no,
beautifully in the Skype chat. So what Brian said was words to the effect of, if you're going to classify scurvy as the effect that happens when you don't have enough vitamin C, you're not going to be calling it that until you establish that as the cause of the effect. So while you can reclassify it as, oh no, that's the lack of vitamin C that you've got there. Yeah, but they didn't
it's up
know
to-
that, did? But they didn't know that, did they?
Yeah.
yeah,
Right?
that was
They had to figure out the cause of people getting sick, and they
no,
found
that-
out.
sorry, John. Yeah, that whole thing is nonsense. I mean, at one point, I don't know what's Jaren's up to here, but embarrassing part for him. And we have it. He says no such thing as proof, can't prove anything. You know, and then he says, well, the best is, and then his best is kind of like a proof, but it's not really proof. And then he says he was in the middle of some other thing until he decided that when he saw a piece of paper floating, he saw a piece of paper floating, gave him enough proof C's, so he changed his mind. What? I don't even know how to comment. This guy he didn't think through when he said that.
He contradicted himself. I think that's what he's saying also. And I still don't know what experiment he's talking about. That
Well,
nonsense, that
The
Jack
Van de
did?
Graaff, it's that Van de Graaff machine where electricity is, I guess, introduced in it. And the paper that was laying down started to float. When he saw that, that was enough blank. I can't say the word because it doesn't exist in his mind. And when he saw enough blank, he changed his mind about the blank.
Leave
And
out
he's
the blanks.
also-
Leave out the blanks.
Well, I don't know. He doesn't believe in empirical anything. So it's got to be a blank for him.
Well, they need that downward vector.
But that's not the point. The point is he contradicts himself by saying you can't prove anything. Science doesn't prove anything. And then when he saw paper floating, it was enough proof for him to change his mind. I mean, this is nonsense.
You know, I was thinking about this the other day. I think I heard some of what I listened to some of what Jaren was talking about. But you know, if nothing can be proved in science, then how do you know the real world exists around you? How can you even prove that?
Well, that wouldn't be science, though. That's just, we're talking about experience, right? What we experience. That's the first step.
Well,
We got to have an experience of a natural phenomenon, right? Before we can move on to science, there needs to be what is, right?
Right, but I mean that's why there's argument within simulation theory, because you could say you're experiencing something in a simulation, but is the world that you're experiencing in simulation real? You know, or whatever you want to call that. So
There's one
I
way
think
to
that's part of
test
the
that.
problem.
There's one way to test that, Paul. Take
That's
his
denying
wallet.
the physical world. That's a logical fallacy.
There's one way to test that, guys. Just take away his money and he'll argue with you and fight you.
No, I'm not making the argument that the physical world does not exist. I think it does, but I can't think of the right physical philosophical term. It's fundamental belief or something to that effect, which means it's something that's true without something like there's nothing preceding it. If that makes any sense. I forget what the term is.
Yeah, to assert a simulation, first you have to have the reality. You can't simulate something that you don't experience. So it's non sequitur. You can't get there from here.
Look, guys, can we keep it to exactly what Jaren said? Let's not go off the tracks here. Let's just take what he said word by word and just see if it makes any sense. He didn't say anything about simulation. He didn't say anything about being physical or not physical. You're going to bring every wacko in here if you do that.
But the point is, we experience something. Well, I'll just say something. If anybody argues with me on that, I may choke them.
Well,
But
they
I
won't
call it water.
experience it.
Right. I call it water. You call it water. And we have an agreed upon convention of the word water. But we experience this thing that we call water. Does anybody disagree with that?
No.
So we're eliminating bias because we do experience water and we can observe water boiling, right?
Yep.
Now we can enter the scientific method.
This is so crazy that
I think it might be an idea to just actually go through some of what he actually said, rather than... Why does it keep making those noises? Oh, you lost your network connection. Well, isn't that wonderful? Looks like I'm on my own. Wonderful. Maybe we'll play a little bit of Jeren while we get this going again. I don't really understand why I've lost my network connection. Trying to reconnect. Connected to science versus pseudoscience. Okay, don't really know why that happened. Can you guys hear me in Gilded?
Witsit and Bob. He claims he was in the middle and he was more on the relative density side until that miracle experiment by Zach.
Well, what's the natural phenomenon observed in this claimed experiment?
Well, it's not natural to have some kind of contraption and you introduce some kind of electricity or charge. I'm not exactly sure. I haven't seen it. But it sounded like it was done like a experiment. And when they put a piece of paper and when they introduce enough of a charge, and I don't know how they introduced the charge, the paper floated. Now, do I see that in the real world? I see wind moving. I see the paper being moved by wind. So I could feel the wind moving the paper.
I could put a piece of paper on a desk and blow underneath it and cause it to hover. Okay.
Is the claim that they were blowing?
No.
They were changing the wind? Is that what they were claiming?
No, there was no, I don't think there was wind introduced in this box.
Right, let's have a listen. That's going to be the most sensible thing to do. With examples of people not dying as a result of the method getting, and I'll be called a liar by Jeranism for that.
Don't understand what they're talking about. Try and laugh at me or poke fingers at me. Because again, if they have a point, here's the thing about, how do I explain this? Here's how you know you're being scammed. And let's think back to what's happened over the last, 2 years. And when you're being scammed is when somebody tells you a lie, and then you either point out that it's a lie or it's clearly a lie, but they keep saying the same lie over and over again, right? That's how you know you're being scammed. So back when Nathan Oakley kept saying things like science proves this, science proves, I took him and said, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right? Like, yes, it does. Science proves everything. Like, no, science can't prove anything. It's impossible because you don't have all the parameters. He wanted to argue with me about it. So they keep perpetrating or perpetuating this lie. So to me, you're being scammed. Why? When you've pointed out, look, if we search right here, I'm just going to search. Does science prove things? Now, we would think, of course, science is going to say they prove things, right? But they don't. They don't even say it. Because...
Okay, I'm going to stop there. Has anybody got comments before I pipe in about...
Absolutely. Let me go first. You know, I can go right now to Google and do a search for flat Earth, and you know what we're all going to get the first 20 pages. It's not the same as it was 2 years ago. So here's Jeren doing the same thing. My goodness, Jeren. We could read you so many citations from authoritative resources like universities, people who are in the field of the scientific method and teaching it and giving all the steps, which Nathan's done. And it's there. But you didn't see that in the first page of a Google search. So all of a sudden you believed whatever was in the first page of a Google search and said that must be the definition of science from people who push science. Wrong.
I have something on that because he confused two different kinds of logic. Deductive logic is not used in the scientific method. It's abductive. So you don't need to know if three-toed pixies are doing whatever. Abductive logic is dealing with what you experience and controlling a phenomenon that you experience. The cause of an effect. Not deductive or inductive. Abductive.
Okay. But more specifically, the very last few words, which I'll just play again. Okay.
No, science can't prove anything. It's impossible because you don't have all the parameters. You wanted to argue with me about it. So they keep perpetrating or perpetuating this lie. So to me, you're being scammed. Why? When you've pointed out, look, if we search right here, I'm just going to search. Does science prove things? Now, we would think, of course, science is going to say they prove things, right?
Science is going to say they prove things. Science isn't a they. It doesn't have lips. It doesn't make any declarations. It's a method. So what Jaron's done is taken a method and turned it into what men say. So science is going to say, science doesn't say anything, Jaron, you complete clown. It doesn't have lips. It's a method. But you're referring to what men say, aren't you, Jaron? Yeah, that's not what science is. It's a method.
Yeah, that where he pointed out the we don't have all the parameters. He's trying to use deductive logic to disqualify the scientific method, and you can't do that.
Can
He
you guys hear me?
also says it's a scam and it's a lie. Now, for him to come and say the scientific method is a scam and a lie. Now, where's his basis for that?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to give the benefit of the doubt in this discussion just a little bit. What if the reason people in that, or whether Jaron, whether anybody that's in the science community or whoever says science doesn't prove things, is they're trying to acknowledge at some level that they have limits to their knowledge. Even Jaron kind of alluded to that fact. I mean, we do have limitations on the nature of our understanding of the world. Because that's in play, they say, well, we don't prove things. We just kind of have evidence for whatever you want to make that argument for. But
What's evidence, Paul?
the way you empirically do anything is to
just
prove
before you
a
carry
yes
on,
and
Paul.
no scenario.
Paul, what's evidence?
Oh, I think it's proof, and I agree with the idea that it's evidence and proof are virtually the same word. But I mean, I'm just trying to give a caveat to the discussion.
You're giving a caveat, but based on the idea that what Jaron's postulating, which is to say that nothing's proven, it just provides strong evidence. Oh, well, let's look up what evidence is in Cambridge Dictionary. Anything that helps to prove that something is true or not. So it's just strong.
No, I agree with that.
Strong proving whether it's true or not, then. Not proof, but strong showing whether or not it's been proven or not. That's what evidence is. So he's saying nothing's proven, but I can provide strong proof for it. Because that's what evidence is.
Well, and if you think about it, it's an algorithmic system. And that's why I don't agree with them saying it's just proof and evidence are two different things. But it's a mathematical equation. 1 + 1 = 2. It's either 1 and 1. If those two things are equal, then it's 2. So even in the scientific world, if you want to give it that, it's a mathematical construct. They just using words instead of numbers. It's the same idea. That's why I don't think that this semantical thing that they pull is crazy.
Well, Nathan, when he saw the paper floating, was that evidence for him to change his mind?
We haven't got to that yet. Let's move
No,
on.
no,
a
I
little bit.
know. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, in essence, we're covering the fact that we've got a reification fallacy at this stage. What Jaron's doing is he's saying, science doesn't say they prove things. Listen to these men throw the method of science under the bus by saying it doesn't prove things. Yet that's what men say. Science is a method of establishing cause and effect through systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis. That's not what men say. But you've been duped by what men say, Jaron, when there's an empirical method available, and you're telling us that science says it doesn't prove things. Oh, right. Is this Mr. Science? No, it isn't. It's a reification fallacy.
I bet the sources he drug up are the same ones that QE pointed out didn't have any scientific hypothesis to back their assertions.
That's why I kept leaving long pauses. I was hoping someone would get there. Exactly. Who are the people saying science doesn't prove things? Oh, well, shockingly, they're the same exact people that lied to you about being on a ball and claim that they had experiments and science. But their science, which has no empirical validity behind it, doesn't prove anything. Yeah, that's because it isn't science. More accurately, what they should say is, we don't have any science. We say we've got it, ergo pseudoscience, but our pseudoscience doesn't prove anything. Science, on the other hand, absolutely does. They just didn't have any and need to throw it under the bus. So when their story changes, which science does not, they can have an excuse for doing so.
I think that's why I was trying to make the argument that it's an algorithm, so to speak. It's either a true or false statement. Either your hypothesis was proven true or your hypothesis was proven false. And you can actually even do conditions, like the seawater or the water thing. It boils at 100 degrees at sea level, 200 degrees at sea level, whatever it is. But the qualifier, if you change that one parameter, then the statement would become false, which means if you're at a higher altitude, it would be less, maybe 180 degrees it'll boil at. But there's certain parameters will change it whether the statement is true or false depending on the parameters.
No, that's not true in science, though, is it? Because in science, you're only varying one thing, the independent variable. Everything else is held constant. So if you say, well, if you change something else, well, then you're not doing an experiment. You're not following the method. The method's got that built in to stop that from happening.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you say water boils at 200 degrees and that's all you say, then you show that it boils at 180 degrees at a different altitude or whatever. That's what I'm saying, in that your statement would be false in that specific category. But yeah, if you hold things constant, you change one parameter, then yeah, you're proving your hypothesis either true or false.
Okay. I mean, you can give the full disclaimed formulated hypothesis with controls. You can say, as a result of your supposition of cause, that water will boil as a direct consequence of heat at 100 degrees centigrade at sea level or 14.7 psi. Well, that just states the controls. But at 14.7 psi or at atmospheric sea level, it's just declaring that you're not going to vary anything beyond what you've stated as your independent variable. That's why in a bare bones form, you don't have to state the control variables. What are you varying? X. So what are you not varying? Everything that isn't X. So is varying the altitude heat? Well, you're trying to find out if heat causes the water to boil. So are you going to vary altitude? Well, you've got two independent variables. That's a contradiction in terms and not following the method. You move on a little bit.
But they don't even say it. Because anybody in their right mind is smart enough to go, nope, that doesn't make any sense. How would science prove anything? Because in order to prove something, you have to have all possible scenarios included. So I don't care what test you do. Number one, who gives the results of scientific experiments and tests? Is it human beings or is it God?
Neither. You put it through a logic gate. If A, then B is your alternative hypothesis. If A being your presumption of cause, and B being the effect that you are studying, then if A, then B is your supposition that you vary A and it causes B. Now, you also have the contrapositive inner hypothesis if you're following the method, which is a null hypothesis. And the null has the complete opposite. If A, the thing that you're going to vary to hopefully cause the effect you're studying, not B. Now, those two statements are mutually exclusive. Both cannot simultaneously exist together at the same time. A cannot both cause B and not cause B at the same time. Ergo, upon variation of A, it will either cause the effect or not cause the effect. Only one of those two things can happen. Now, if you perform the method and do the experiment and vary your assumed cause, at that point, only one outcome will have a tick next to it. But the tick next to it is proving that statement, and one or other will be proven. Either A will cause the effect you're studying, in which case, tick, proven, A causes B. Or you validate your null hypothesis. A does not cause B. Tick, proven in both instances. Jaron simply doesn't understand the logic behind the empirical method. Now, regardless of who reports this outcome, both outcomes cannot simultaneously be true. So there's no, well, this person's reporting that A caused B, and this other person's reporting that A didn't cause B. The two are mutually exclusive and cannot both exist at the same time. It's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. It's a contradiction to assert that it both causes something and doesn't cause something. It makes absolutely no difference who reports it or how they report it unless they lie. But the outcome of the method, the science bit, is empirical. Anyone got anything to add? We'll move on a little bit more if not.
That might be a little bit painful if you accuse somebody of scamming for asserting that the method's empirical, which it is.
And what men say, which isn't what we claim, aka a straw man Jaron has put up to burn to claim I'm a scammer, is a disgusting way to behave. Number one, even if this was just a difference in opinion, which it's not, Jaron is simply incorrect. Science proves your alternative or proves your null. There's no other outcome. Those are the only two options at the end of an experiment, if you followed the method. Proof of the null or proof of the alternative is the only outcome. It's all the method does. But I'm claimed to be some sort of charlatan scammer for stating that fact. No, it's right there in the logic. If A, then B. Or, not and, or, if A, not B, they can't exist together. You can't cause something and not cause something at the same time. Ergo, the outcome will always offer proof without exception. So, this isn't agree, disagree. But even if it was, it wouldn't be reasonable that somebody who's considered to be a flat earther alongside me is calling me a scammer? What, because of your misapprehensions and misinterpretations and lack of understanding and ignorance of science, you're going to call me a scammer? What bloody outrage.
I'd be furious if I were you, and maybe we all need to apologize to Witsit. Maybe that's what it is.
No, that's not. That's not what it is. What it is pseudoscience has been caught out, and both sides don't like pseudoscience. And what Jaron has done is thrown real science in the same pile of pseudoscience. We haven't done that. We would say something to the effect of, if they, of course, when it's applicable, if they had followed the scientific method on all the things that are claimed today, we wouldn't have all the pseudoscience when applicable. So the problem is what he's introducing is pseudoscience. That is Jared, because he's saying you can never know all the variables. You can never know what something else might be. Well, when he looked at that paper floating inside of a controlled box of some kind, well, what if the box was bigger than Jared? What if you were at a different altitude and did that, Jared? I mean, we could say the same thing and go crazy with you. I mean, it's nonsense where he's going with this. He's trying to get rid of the one thing that if followed wouldn't have allowed anyone to be in the mess we're in today. He's trying to get rid of that. When really we're all fighting, including him, pseudoscience.
Let's throw out a definition at this point then. What is pseudoscience? So from Oxford Dictionary, a collection of beliefs or practices... start again. A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience. If it's mistakenly believed to be based on the scientific method, that would be science. And it isn't. It is, by definition, pseudoscience. Ergo, when you claim you have an experiment, that would be a hypothesis test contextualized when talking about nature, and you haven't, you're automatically, by definition, pseudoscience. And that's the objection. That's what this is really about. These guys are claiming ether, and we're saying, no, if you've got a natural phenomena to study, you can give us the cause of it based on a method that's empirical. And they've had to throw science under the bus. They've utilised the magic words of science when they've told you they've got an experiment for ether. Well, I saw the experiment Zach provided, and it was strong evidence. Well, that'd be proof. But proof isn't real when science says it. Yeah, because that greases the skids to change the story when it doesn't make any sense, when it's proven wrong. Meanwhile, the actual method of science, which he's not attacking, he's attacking what science says. Because he doesn't understand that science isn't a man with lips that can say things. That's men with lips that say things that you're attacking, Jaren. Science has an empirical method behind it, and the people you cited don't have it. That's why they and you need to throw it under the bus when people like us expose that what you're calling an experiment isn't a hypothesis test. And the only reason you're calling it an experiment is to create the illusion in the mind's eye of the person who hears it that you've got some form of empiricism. That would be strong evidence, aka proof.
Now, can we attack the claimed experiment that's supposedly strong evidence?
We'll get to that at the end. That's when he mentions it.
Pretty sure it's human beings. Do human beings have biases? Are they confused sometimes? Did they mistakenly think something was true when it wasn't? Did they kind of fudge some result? Of course.
And meanwhile, can you fudge a result that can only violate the law of non-contradiction if you do that? No. Science has an empirical method built into it, where if you prove something causes an effect, you automatically disprove that it didn't cause the effect, and vice versa. So while men can do that, Jaren, science cannot, because it's a method with empiricism, unlike men, who is what you are attacking. The same men you'll cite in a moment.
It's human beings. So every single science experiment that's ever been done has been run through the filter of a human being. Okay, so that right there tells you science cannot prove things. But look.
No. Every single actual scientific experiment has been run through the logic of the hypothesis. If A, then B. If A, not B. That is the filter that the logic of science has been put through. Not through the interpretation of a man, Jaren. You're just ignorant of what science actually is. And I'm here to tell you just how ignorant you are when you describe what men do and what they put through a filter, when the logic filter science has is if A, then B, or if A, not B. That's the logic that science goes through, not what men say. You don't understand what science is. You think it's what men say. It isn't.
Look at science proof is a myth. Okay? except for its complete lie. While they provide very strong evidence for those theories, they aren't proof. Common misconceptions about science. Real scientists never use the word scientific proof because they know no such thing exists. But Nathan Oakley will tell you that these are all wrong. Science does prove things. Yeah.
Okay, so it says real scientists. A real scientist is somebody who varies and manipulates their independent variable to see if it causes the effect they study. That's a real scientist. So I challenge you to provide a scientific experiment from these quote-unquote real scientists, if that's what they are, because that's what a scientist is. But what you've actually got is a statement on the headline of a wiki parroted search you've done that says quote-unquote real scientists. Well, what makes them real? If they're not proving anything, according to Jeran, what, pray tell, is real about them? Oh, nothing's real about men who can put things through filters. Meanwhile, the scientific method has a logic that gives you empiricism, Jeran.
Sure. Forget what you've read. Science can't prove a thing. Understanding science, how science really works. So science can accept or reject ideas based on evidence, but it doesn't prove or disprove them.
That's a contradiction in terms. It can accept or reject. So it can accept then. Right. Well, in a hypothesis, you accept one or other of the statements you provide in the hypothesis. If A, then B. Or if A, not B. That's what you get to accept, one or other of those two outcomes, after you show it happens. Or doesn't happen. And if it doesn't happen, you prove it doesn't happen.
Scientific evidence, concept of scientific proof. Scientific evidence is evidence that serves to either support or counter a scientific theory or hypothesis, but it does not
support a scientific hypothesis. Right, so we need to get down to defining what that is, don't we, Jeran? If that's what science is, it's going to involve a hypothesis. What's a hypothesis? Oh, I've gone over it several times. If A, then B. Or if A, not B. That is a hypothesis. And only one of the outcomes can and will be proven if you vary what you assume causes the effect you're studying. So these clowns that you're wiki parroting with your little cursory Google search are not only contradicting themselves, but including the very same language they've had to hijack to create the impression that they have some of the empiricism science offers, with words like experiment and hypothesis. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty of what a hypothesis is. It's your supposition of cause when studying an effect in nature. And the contrapositive, that's called a null. That's what a hypothesis is, Jeran. I note that you didn't define any of these terms when you did your cursory Google search and parroted the headlines. So you could call me a scammer. Anybody got any comment before I move on?
Yes. The scamming is being done by Jeran by not being truthful himself. I mean, this is evidence just from what you just said. I mean, my goodness, someone listening to his tirade and then listening to a rebuttal like today is going to have to decide who's scamming who. To go to a wiki search or a first page of a whatever Google shows and rest your case there when we've offered valid citations from EDU sites and actual people who follow the method, which would be totally opposite of what that first page of Google said. This is the very thing that I initially subscribed to Jeran's channel for, because he was showing how NASA lied and how he could show that what they put on the internet is a lie based on this, and the other. And now he's doing the same thing. We're not scamming anybody. He's the one who's doing the same tricks, the parlor tricks of the world to control how news is coming to you through the internet and making sure that you don't scroll down 90 pages to find the truth. This is ridiculous.
I got something to say before you go on. He's been compromised. And it's sad when all the ballers and anti-flat earthers and my son agree with him.
Well, I just think I think that as humans we're prideful, and I think that in this moment he's wrong, and I think that there are two ways to approach it. I mean, he could have friends in his corner that say, "Look, I know you feel strongly about this thing in your mind, but the problem with the thing in your mind, it's inconsistent with the people you're critiquing. Here's how XYZ, XYZ, so you got to be fair." Any reasonable person would be like, "Yeah, you're right." Now, the alternative to that could be you inflame his pride by any of the various things, like saying, "Oh, he's an idiot, oh, he's this, oh, blah 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 blah." I mean, somebody has to talk to the man and let him know what you think about us ain't what it is. So can we make a bridge and walk across?
Hold
Or
on, Nathan already talked to him. He said when Nathan
Multiple
said
that
to
was
the.
years
As has
ago.
QE.
Come on, fam.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, he's right. He's right,
Well-
Eli. I've spoken to Jaron about this on multiple occasions. I've sent him endless links. So he's got good research to go and check and validate and double check. Not just go to a cursory search based on your affirmation bias. Does science prove things? Oh, that's not a biased question to ask Google. Especially as we're exposing how the people who say science doesn't prove things haven't got any. Just like Jaron when he says he's got an experiment. He doesn't have a hypothesis test. It's not based on a method that's empirical. No, quite the contrary. He'll throw that empirical method under the bus when we expose he hasn't got any of these things. But yet these things are mentioned in this search, like a hypothesis. For the experiment that Jaron's going to grease the skids by using that word to make you think it's real. Tell you it's strong evidence, aka proof, when simultaneously denying that science offers any.
I do also take issue with the flavor of I hear a lot of people on that side, or that stem from listening to the people on that side. They'll say, "Yeah, we're doing real science, not just sitting at home talking about the same stuff we've known forever, like water boils." Oh, how nice!
So they don't deny water boils
No.
because of heat?
No, hold on, John. What you're saying is that the claim that comes from the other side is that they do real science. Like, well, okay, well, what is real science? Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of defining it then. Yeah? Now, if you're going to define it as maybe making up a few stories based on looking at things happening or creating a man-made device and seeing what that can do, and then describing a phenomena in your world based on the device. A bit like a Graaf Generator. You could do that, but we'd have to see how that method, when used, actually offered anything useful. And then compare it to an easily citable method known as science. Now that method, if A, then B, if A, not B, that's a hypothesis. You vary A and see if it causes B. If it does, tick, proven. You vary A, it doesn't cause B, tick, null, proven. You're proving something. It's got that method that offers empiricism in terms of the logic behind it. Now, obviously, if you just so story about what you say science is when you do your quote-unquote real science, we're going to see the veracity of the method that you've employed. And then we'll compare it to the veracity of something empirical that has advanced humanity. Obviously, we can get down to the stupid brass tacks of whether or not it works, with examples of boiling water and a hypothesis with controls stated clearly, and how you can vary that which you assume causes the water to boil, to show how the method works. And then you get your reply. Well, that doesn't prove anything. Really? So you're a sophist?
But he's attacking abductive logic without attacking abductive logic. He's going after deductive logic, which is not the logic that the scientific method is based on. It's nonsensical.
Yeah, deduction. Does it cause it? No, it doesn't. Oh, so you... Let me just phrase this very slowly for Jaron. Proved it doesn't cause it. Yeah, that's proving something, Jaron. Shockingly, it's the outcome in both events. Because if it does cause it, yeah, say it really slow. Proved it caused it. So either way, you're proving something. But Jaron's going to deny that because he doesn't have this empirical method attached to anything he's claiming when he talks about ether. And it's embarrassing when we point that out, because he loves science. It's great science when it can change itself along the road. That's brilliant. That's just the kind of science I need to scam people when I haven't got any empiricism. So that's what he's doing, throwing the real science under the bus, because when he says experiment, he wants you to know it's strong evidence, meaning proof by dictionary definition. But not proof if it's science, because then we might get into the nitty-gritty of what science really is, and it's obvious I haven't got it. So that's not proof. These people are scammers. That's what scammers do when they're caught out scamming. They project their con directly onto the person who's called them out. Me. So Jaren's calling me a scammer? No, he's using a little bait and switch with electricity and electromagnetism and calling it ether. That's a bait and switch, otherwise known as a scam. Because he's not showing you ether. He's telling you about it and pretending it's in one hand, and then from up his sleeve he brings something else. Electromagnetism, that's not ether. That's a bait and switch con. Now I'm calling that con out. Gloves are off now that Jaren's decided to strike first by calling me a con for declaring the empiricism that science offers, and it does, when he's bait and switching you with electromagnetism. Is that a Graaf generator generating ether or electricity? Oh, that's a bait and switch. That's a con. He's conned you with it. You thought he was selling you ether. No, he isn't. He's conned you. He thought he was selling him an experiment, but again, he hasn't got an experiment. He doesn't have a valid hypothesis to go with it. It's just a con, a scam, a lie. So it's needed when someone's on the fringes saying, oh, by the way, this is how the con works. Well, the con is the same con that the globes use. They hijack the words of science to create in the mind's eye of the person who hears it the impression of empiricism. The same impression Jeren wants to give you when he talks about his ether experiments. It's a magic word. The only problem is an experiment's a hypothesis test, so you better damn well have a hypothesis, and it better be valid. And it better be if A, then B, or if A, not B, because that's what a scientific prediction is. He just doesn't have any of that. So he's going to call me a scammer. Well, that's not tolerated around these parts.
Ether, that's why.
Go on, Neil.
He can't show ether. He cannot show ether, Nathan. That's why this is all happening right now, because they cannot show ether.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the discussion and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Neil, Eli, Arwin, Chocolate Saiyan, and a whole bunch of people in our new server, which is Gilded. So welcome, one and all.
Hey, I don't know about
welcome.
I don't know
No
about
one's
you
given
guys.
me an invite. Go
I
ahead.
don't know about you guys, but I'm not a guilding. Anyway, good morning, everybody.
Whoa.
Yeah. I wanted to say two things before we kick this day off, and something that was interesting. Somebody said an echo chamber isn't necessarily a bad thing if you're echoing the truth. Number one, and number two. Here's the thing. We argue together with each other on this live show and after the show's not, live on air. Like we argue, we talk things out, we reason till we come to a conclusion like normal people do. Uh, then you have the other production. Can anyone remember when they're at odds, like natural human beings?
Nope.
Like that's not a natural thing, for people to come together under not proving anything. I don't know what that is, but
Okay,
I
thank
love
you.
you all.
Thank you, Eli. We're going to go out through housekeeping. Fascinating. No, that was. Okay, any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth.
No.
The true business. Nah, we ain't got none of that.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
None whatsoever.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No. Light in the sky.
Okay, say again.
It's just a light in the sky, and no one knows the distance to it.
Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Well, that's an impossibility. You can buy a can of hairspray or get your propane tank filled if that was so.
An impossibility, you say? On screen right now, we've got these high-pressure gases in a claim to be photo of our world next to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. Entropy law would dictate that the gas, the high-pressure yummy gas that we're all breathing, would fill this space. Gas expands to fill space, and this is a space. They call it space. So
I have a problem with this picture. How did that hand get there?
aside from the hand, if the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill the space.
Of course.
Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth? Try that again. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth?
I was pausing to give others a chance, but no. No evidence for it. They say it is, just like the picture before showing the black stuff between the oxygen.
No, I have a good idea. Let's ask the real scientists. They'll tell us.
Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
That's also another impossibility.
Any evidence of the R value? That would be Earth radius.
Well, I have a question on that. When you apply the Haber-Sign formula in celestial navigation, are you applying it to the Earth? And if it's a transformative equation, why are you doing that?
So your question is, if you're applying a transformative equation to Earth to transform it into a sphere, if it's already a sphere, why are you doing that? Is that me paraphrasing your question correctly?
Yeah. Why would you need to apply a transformative equation to the ground if it's already a sphere?
That might become a housekeeping question, by the way. I just want to put you. Just about to pull you, Paul, because of all the jokes in the pre-show. Sorry. John has dropped in something that may very well become a housekeeping question. He's dropped it in so subtly and beautifully as well, but I'm gonna labour it because you did such a good job of dropping it in like it was meant to be there. I love it. So that may become a housekeeping question. I don't know if you want to repeat that, Paul. John.
What are you applying the Haber-Sign formula to in celestial navigation? If the Earth is already a sphere, why does it need to transform into a sphere?
Welcome, Adam and Arwin.
That would be super saiyan sphere. It's already a sphere, but then you got the next power up. Jesus.
Okay, the next couple of questions. I don't know how long. If someone can tell me, it'd be great. These have been housekeeping questions. But I'm going to focus on them specifically at the end of this housekeeping session because they lead us into the critique, which we're going to do throughout the rest of the show. It was also done partly in the pre-show, so if you remember, you'll see the first half, if it's even that, maybe not half, but a percentage of what we'll do overall. And it may spill into the after show, we'll see. But I'll ask the question first. Any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
I bet you'll find a bunch of people in those fields that claim they've done science, but I don't think you'll find a hypothesis for any of them.
Do you think you'd also find a similar bunch of people claiming that science doesn't prove anything?
I bet you those are the same people by happenstance, huh?
Do you think the people who haven't got a hypothesis, therefore haven't got any science, would be the type of people that would say, oh, well, science doesn't prove anything anyway?
Well, if
Maybe.
you want to, hello everyone. If you want to push an idea out there and then somehow for that idea to gain traction and for other people to maybe start calling it science, and then you kind of agree that it is, then that would be the route to go.
How long do you reckon we've been asking this question?
A long time. Pseudoscience does not want the scientific method. So, of course, they're going to say those things because the scientific method will out them when it's applicable.
So as an example, you'd have a globe believer come along and say, well, of course, we've got scientific evidence of gravity. Let's ask the question. Is there any scientific evidence of gravity?
No, there isn't. There isn't a natural phenomenon.
Okay, let's define a few
But
terms. What is scientific evidence?
Well, it starts with a natural phenomenon, something we observe in our natural world, not something we conjure, something that's observed. That's the starting point of it, and from there we try and find the natural cause. There has to be a natural cause, a 3D natural cause, to a 3D natural effect, because it's all based in all scientific evidence of natural science is based in our natural 3D world. It's based around the physics.
Okay, I mean, that's the medium form version. The short form version is scientific evidence is a result of an application of the scientific method. That is scientific evidence. So an application of a hypothesis and an actualization of that hypothesis. The end result of an actualized hypothesis, otherwise known as an experiment, is scientific evidence. We all clear?
Well, what if I pick something up and drop it?
Did you observe that to occur in nature as a naturally occurring phenomena, or was the effect synthetic?
Rain coming down. Yeah, rain coming down.
Rain is something that you observe in nature. That's a naturally occurring phenomena. You can suppose the cause of the effect and then suppose the same cause does not cause the effect. That's a null hypothesis. And then you can actualize that as an experiment by varying that which you assume causes the effect you saw in nature. And if it does, you validate your presumed cause of the effect. That would be if A, presumed cause, then B, the effect you observed in nature, in this case rain, tick, validated, proven. You also, ipso facto, because they cannot simultaneously exist together, invalidate the null hypothesis. So if A, supposition of cause yet to be validated, then not B. Well, you can't both cause something and not cause it at the same time. Ergo, you can only prove one and disprove the other. That's the only outcome.
But what if I want to manipulate something that I can't manipulate to cause the effect?
So a independent variable, or your supposed cause of the effect, yet to be validated at this stage, has to fulfill 3 criteria. It must be, first and foremost, your presumed cause in the hypothesis. Number 2, it has to be real. And number 3, it must be capable of being varied and manipulated by you, the researcher. So it's got to be in the hypothesis, i.e. if you say you're going to vary, I don't know, heat, then heat must be the thing that you actually vary. Heat must be real, and heat must be capable of being varied and manipulated by you as a researcher. That's it.
You can't vary gravity, though. Right?
It's got to be real. That's starting point. First thing, it's got to be real.
Well, then you'll never get any scientific evidence for it.
No,
if you can't vary it.
Correct. If you can't vary and manipulate it, or in this case, in the case of gravity, it is not real. It's a conceptual medium, 4th dimensional space-time bending. That's not real. That's a conceptual space-time. And that can't be varied or manipulated, nor is it real. It's a concept in maths. Therefore not real, therefore not capable of being varied and manipulated. And if it is, by chance, written down in your hypothesis, then your hypothesis isn't valid because that independent variable can't be varied and manipulated.
Well, you'd have to nail down what gravity is with a definition that can't be changed afterwards. And then you could decide on whether you could vary this thing or not.
No. It doesn't base itself on a definition of something. You can define it as whatever you like after you've observed it. You can describe it however you like after you've physically experienced it. The description's not important. The physically experiencing and being capable of being varied is the important bit. What you call it or how you describe it is not.
Well, if I say that I'm the varying gravity because I have one definition of it, and you say you're varying gravity because you have another definition of it, then we both might say gravity proved or disproved something.
Yeah, and I would say that's fine. I don't mind that there's some ambiguity in you two clowns that have different versions of the same word. It doesn't matter. Just show me, whoever, person A, just show me your gravity and then show me you varying it. What you call it is irrelevant. Call it Slukel-Dürpelgertz. Doesn't matter what you call it or how you describe it. Just show it me, then vary it, and when you do, if the effect we're studying happens, you've ticked your alternative hypothesis and proven it. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter what it's described as prior to you varying it, or what you label it.
John said rain coming down. The bias there is that gravity is causing rain to come down. But the problem is, how do they get up there in the first place? So there's no such thing as that gravity
That's not a problem.
trying to claim.
That's not a problem. Your supposition, of course, that could almost, if you formulated the null, be a viable hypothesis. But for the fact that I've already gone through the fact that your independent variable isn't real and can't be varied. So you can say, if gravity, then rain falling, or if gravity, not rain falling, but then you have to vary gravity to show if it does cause rain to fall.
Yeah, that would be, you'd end up, what you would do there is you would vary weight and density.
So,
and then you start claiming that
stop.
and density.
Stop. So again, I gave you 3 criteria. Number 1, it must be the thing in the hypothesis. If the hypothesis is if gravity, then rain falling, you don't then vary a Van de Graaf generator.
Okay, I'm only saying what fellas do. I'm just talking about what fellas do.
You're keeping this strict to the scientific method, Nathan, and you're right there. But I was just taking what John said, and you can't even apply the scientific method to this one.
No, because your independent variable must be real, must be capable of being varied and manipulated, and must be the presumed cause of the effect in the hypothesis. So, if, for instance, you suppose ether, and you're trying to validate empirically that ether causes things, then you know what you're going to need to do? You're going to need to vary and manipulate ether and show that when you vary and manipulate ether, the effect you're studying is being caused by it. That's if A, ether, then B, whatever bollocks somebody claims is caused by ether. You'd also have a null. You'd also have a null if ether, then not whatever bollocks I'm claiming ether's a result of. Now, once you've got that null and alternative, you have to vary ether and see if it either does cause the effect you're studying nature, or, can't be and, or does not cause the effect we studied in nature. Okay, so we're all clear up until now. So, do we, bearing in mind we have to use the thing actually in the hypothesis, that's ether, now start varying electric currents and electric fields when our hypothesis says ether? No, we do not. That's a swindle, a con, a scam. If you bait and switch somebody into thinking that you're proving something, ether, and then you change it for a different suitcase that's behind you, and as the ether suitcase closes, you open up an electromagnetic suitcase. That's called a bait and switch scam. I mean, that's what we highlight, and that's why we ask these questions about any viable hypothesis from any of the scamming fields that scammed you about a globe. Those scammers also have to throw science under the bus because they don't have any. Those scammers who scammed you for the globe belief you had.
I just want to say one thing real quick, John, because one of the meanings for pseudoscience is intentionally deceive. So if you're doing that, you're pulling a bait and switch. That's intentional deceit right there. So that's pseudoscience.
Well, if you have to do the same thing that they do with gravity and bait and switch with ether and bait and switch with it, how can you say you're any better than the people that assert it's a globe?
You can't. It's much better to just silence the person that has been highlighting for many years how the magic trick of science and the words like experiment are used to con people into believing you've got some empirical proof, aka strong evidence. You can con them if you use those words, but somebody around you pointing out that those words have a meaning, like experiment, means a hypothesis test, so you better have a hypothesis. Somebody pointing that out better be silenced. Better just go on a campaign shutting up the person that's humiliating your lies and scams. While we're here, we're going to define what pseudoscience actually is. From Oxford Dictionary, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. That's what pseudoscience is. So, for example, if you would say that you'd got an experiment and you were talking about phenomena contextually, that's a hypothesis test, because that's what a scientific experiment is. So if you haven't got a hypothesis, you're mistakenly regarding your quote-unquote experiment as being in some way scientific when it hasn't adhered to the method. Ergo pseudoscience. A sham, a scam, a con, a lie.
What about though if you say that science doesn't prove anything?
Science has got an empirical method attached to it through the logic that's employed when you put something through the method. Only one of the two outcomes in a hypothesis can be and will be proven if you actualize the hypothesis. Actualization of a hypothesis is again an experiment, a hypothesis test. Well, the actualization would be to vary what you assume causes the effect and see if it causes it. If A, then B. vary A, cause B, tick. You've validated that hypothesis. But it also has a null. If A, not B. Now, if you vary A and it doesn't cause B, tick. You proved your null prediction. Proved something. In both cases, you vary A and it doesn't cause the effect you hoped it would cause that you're studying. You prove your null. And as a result of only one of these two outcomes being possible, and one of them will be the outcome, and both are proof positive, tick, proven, you will and can only prove something if you put something through the scientific method. It is empirical. So to suggest that it doesn't prove things would require a bit of investigation. And what we have found over the many years that we have covered this is that the people who say science doesn't prove things are actually providing you with just so stories about things that they call experiments and aren't. They're just so stories based on man-made parlor tricks. And when they're shown to be incorrect, they can alter their parlor tricks and alter their stories to fit the narrative as opposed to the empirical data. The proof that you will get if you put it through the scientific method that they don't have, necessitating them to deny that science can ever prove anything. We're going to move on because in the pre-show we were covering Jeranism's outrageous claims that I'm a scammer because I cover the scientific method and its empiricism. So we're going to carry on with that if everyone's cool with that.
Scientific proof. There is no such thing as proof. So only Nathan Oakley knows the truth about all these things. So they want to spend time on their show making fun of me because I said science can't prove things. Science cannot prove anything. How would it ever do that?
Well, let me answer that question, Jaron. By an application of an empirical method that only has proof as the outcome, you can either vary what you assume causes something and see that it causes it, or you vary something you assume causes something and it doesn't cause something. And if you vary it and it does cause it, then you've, let's get your ears pinned back, Jaron, proven your prediction that it would cause it. However, if you vary and it doesn't cause it, you have, that's all right, pin your ears back, sunshine, proven your prediction in the null. In any event, regardless of which you do, so long as you've followed the empirical method of science, you will be proving something at the end. In fact, it's the only outcome of the method. It can only prove your alternative or prove your null. That's all it does.
Nathan, I got to ask you a
it.
question. Have
Go
you
ahead.
ever stated you're the only one that knows about these things?
No, I've sent Jaron multiple citations for other very qualified people who practice science. That would be application of the scientific method, who detail not only how and why you must have a hypothesis that can prove your outcome. So Jaron's very well aware of this. It's very well cited, along with the logic that goes along with it. Of course, that doesn't really help his claims of having experiments for ether. So he's chosen to do a cursory Google search here and headline parrot the first results from people we've been showing for the last 4 years. Do what Jaron is doing, that would be throwing actual empiricism under the bus, because they don't have any science either.
Well, it seems to me that this whole thing's about ether and can we prove it or not? And then he starts off by saying only Nathan Oakley knows about these things, which is really a poor way to debate. If you got ether, just show us ether. Just show it to us. I mean, we've asked. So since they can't show it, isn't that a form of an add-on?
Perhaps. Shatner's bassoon says, either you have empiricism or you don't. Thank you very much for the super chat,
Hey,
Shatner's
Nathan?
bassoon.
I think Jaron's accusing you of inventing abductive logic. I'd go ahead and accept that, like hands down. That's awesome.
No worries, Jaron. I absolutely accept your premise that I am the arbiter of the cause and effect reasoning that has advanced humanity from way before I was born. Yeah, I'll accept that. No worries, Dumbo. I said I'd keep this civil. My bad. My last message to Jared was like, look, I'm covering it on a live show. I'll keep it civil. I will. I take that back.
No matter what you try and prove, and these guys, I heard him say the other day, oh, science proof is that the water boils at 100 degrees. That's not proof of anything. Number one, what kind of water? Are you talking about distilled water? Are you talking about ocean water? Are you talking about dirty river water? Because guess what? It's all different. Okay? So there is no, you can't just say water boils at 100 degrees. That's stupid. That's not proof of it. There's no proof of that.
Okay, so so you can't just say water boils at 100 degrees. Now, number one, Jaren, I'd prefer if you didn't tell me what I can and can't do. I mean, that's good by you, yeah? I mean, obviously, in this community, people are very sensitive to the notion that they're being told what they can do. But I can definitely say that water boils at 100 degrees at sea level. And it's also a scientifically validated statement because it can go through the method. If A, that's heat, then B, the natural phenomena of water boiling. Now, there's also a null in that, which is if heat, that's your presumed cause in this yet to be validated hypothesis, then water does not boil. So you stick your kettle on the stove, you apply heat, and if it doesn't boil, you can prove that heat doesn't cause water to boil 100 degrees C at sea level. I mean, you can validate it if it didn't cause it. However, if you apply heat, that would be your independent variable in this supposition of cause, in this scientific prediction known as a hypothesis, you will cause it to boil at 100 degrees C at sea level. That's a proven, scientifically verifiable fact. Proof.
Did you claim that muddy water or seawater, or did you just say water?
I just said water.
Because you didn't put a... Oh, wow. So why did he add those qualifiers on of muddy water and seawater? It's almost like he's trying to change the parameters to make the statement untrue.
Well, he added them. He added them so he could then defeat them. You know, he added, could it be seawater? Could it be muddy water? Because we don't know. What we don't know now, you've introduced two different additives to water. We don't know because you added them. I see. So it's confusion because you've added extra parameters that weren't in the parameters originally for this, let's be honest, incredibly dumbed down description of how you can validate something by varying it to see if it causes something. Yeah, it's very, very dumbed down. But what we're actually doing is arguing about whether water boils at 100 degrees C or not, and whether or not people can say that. We're arguing about Jaren's permission to state that water boils at 100 degrees C at sea level.
Nathan, yeah, the English are known for tea drinking. If I was to come to your home and I'd say, can you give me a cup of tea? Would you ever say, well, you want me to boil muddy water? Would you like me to boil seawater? Would you like me to boil normal water from the tap? Would you ever do that?
No.
Okay, enough said.
It depends on exact, and then you don't know all the parameters that go into things. So nothing can ever be proven by science. So if somebody has been pointed out this, I've pointed this out to them numerous times. What do? They sit on their debate channel and laugh at me. So I know that whatever they're doing over there is perpetrating a scam.
I don't think this is funny at all.
No. Hang on.
Well, hold on, QE. While you laugh, this is the bit that has basically got me absolutely furious to the point where I'm effing and blinding him on Skype because this is an absolute outrage. What Jeren, who is supposed to be one of our own, has done here is called me out as a scammer. Now, I'm not going to be in the slightest bit ashamed to blow my own trumpet here, but I've dedicated the last 7 years of my life full time to this subject to disseminate truth to an audience in the exact same arena as Jeren. And what Jeren has done with that statement is quite literally threaten the livelihood of me and my family. That's what he's done. Now, frankly, at this point, I'd prefer Jeren just got hit by a bus. Because he's dead to me at this point. I just want him to be absolutely clear my sentiment when I said I hope you die in hell in my comments to him. he's dead to me. What he's done is, because he's wrong about something, or even if it was a difference in opinion that we could discuss, he has decided to label me as a scammer. Now, in reality, he's doing that because we're pointing out the fraud scam that is a claim of an experiment without a hypothesis attached. And he's projected that scam directly onto me. That's an absolute outrage. It's disgusting. I'll read out these super chats after a few comments. I'm sure you've all got something to say.
Can you replay that part again? Because I wanted to say something.
Water boils at 100 degrees. That's stupid. That's not proof of it. There's no proof of that. It depends on exact. And then you don't know all the parameters that go into things. So nothing can ever be proven by science. So if somebody has been pointed out this, I pointed this out to them numerous times. What do? They sit on their debate channel and laugh at me. So I know that whatever they're doing over there is perpetrating a scam.
Okay. We laugh at you, so we're perpetrating scam. But we're not laughing at you because you said something silly that your ego won't allow you to admit it was silly. So because we laugh at some words that came out of your mouth, we're perpetrating a scam. This is so low, so ridiculous. Come and prove it, and we'll take back the laughing words. Or is laughing words. I don't know what it is. The whole point is we're not laughing at you as a fellow flat earther. We're laughing at the statement that came out of your mouth that you can't prove to this day. And then now you come and say we're scamming.
The statement, in case there's not clarity being given to that, the statement is that they've got an experiment for ether. It's quote unquote strong evidence. That's proof, by the way, by definition. But the denial of scientific method to provide proof has only come into effect because there are claims of science that we overcome in the globe arena. Now, by its very nature, that means it's a sword that cuts through the same exact magic trick if used by flat earthers. Now, 4 years ago, I went and said pretty much verbatim the exact same words to Bob Nodell. The problem with this overcome for all the globers who have had this sword stuck through them is that if anybody on our own side starts to utilise this magic trick of calling things science when they're not, the sword's going to be cutting through them too. It cuts both ways. Now, I had to explain that in a way that was so detrimental to me as a YouTuber who just started trying to build a channel. Because the reaction I got for pointing out that the sword cuts both ways, and once you understand the empirical method, you'll start to assess some of your own standards and realise that they don't meet that standard. What standard, you say? Well, the method of science, the empirical one, the one that proves things. Yeah, if you don't meet that standard, unfortunately, you're going to have fellow kin, flat earthers, me, pointing it out. And they don't want that. They love the method that changes with time because it greases the skids for their own just so stories being proven wrong. And then science doesn't prove anything. I mean, we can change this story. Really? So why are we listening to it now if it could change in future? Because it's not empirical? Just true for the now? That's not how science works. If you vary something and it causes something, you're not going to come back tomorrow and find that you vary the exact same cause and it doesn't cause the effect. It's the cause. But that's a proof of something which they haven't got in reality. So that's the claim. And that's why this is happening. That's why I'm being called a scammer. There's no other reason.
Well, it seems to me that when anyone points out where Bob Nodell or Jerome Campanella is incorrect, the first thing they do is attack that person's character and livelihood. That seems to be the first thing they want to do. If they can't attack the person's character and livelihood, they'll just attack the person's character.
Shout out to Theo Megawerty. He says, if nothing can be proven about the external world, then that limits all knowledge to the internal world only, which has a probability of a slippery slope to subjective idealism or sophism. I am God, says Theo Megawerty. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat, Theo. Really appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Retro Bill. He says, the scientific method does not need to take into account all possible parameters. What nonsense. Thank you very much indeed, Retro Bill, for the super chat. Also, as it's just come through, just 1 second, guys. I'm sorry to keep you up with super chats, but I do appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Retro Bill, who says a valid scientific theory cannot be shown wrong at a later date, but even if it could, it would have been proven wrong, hence proof. Right. Exactly. I mean, part of the scientific method does include the caveat that it has to be systematic hypothesis actualization, or, to put it another way, systematic experimentation. When they talk about the repeatable aspect of it, that's what they're talking about. They're saying you want to see that it's done over and over again, because if somebody does it once, there's a reasonable chance that they haven't followed the method properly. If they have, it won't make any difference. Every time that scientific experiment is performed, you'll vary the presumed cause, which you already know causes the effect, and the effect will be caused. That's what will happen every single time.
Sorry. That's what I didn't understand about it when he's saying these things, because it is a systematic, ongoing process that happens, and then you validate it, correct?
No, you have to be able to repeat the experiment over and over and over and over again. Yeah, because if you do it multiple times, you'll expose any flaws in the person's methodology or their hypothesis construction, moreover, because that's what it boils down to. That's why we've got that housekeeping question. Any viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, or ether belief?
You know what's amazing is that each time you do something with the scientific method, it's for that particular thing with all the control variables. So if I was to take tap water and boil it, I'd get this result. If I was to say, well, let's see what happens if the water is from the ocean. So I take some seawater, and then that would be just for that result, because you're using seawater, no longer tap water. So, I mean, to say what he said about water, well, what about this water or muddy water? Well, no, each one of those would give an empirical result, and it would be just for that thing.
There's a reason why we needed to know why water, which is drinkable water, usable water, boils at a particular temperature at sea level pressures. Because that's the water that we're going to be using in our homes. That also involves pressure and helps us to understand pressure, because water will boil at different pressures, at different temperatures, at different pressures. So it wasn't just a case of, we just did it for nothing. Why didn't we use dirty water? Why didn't we use water that we're not going to be able to drink? Why didn't we use muddy water or salt water? Why didn't we do that? Because we're not going to be using those on a regular basis.
Hold on, you could. You come across a hot
You
spring.
could if you wanted, but there's a reason why
I've got an overriding point to answer you with, which is to say that you can presume it as the cause. You come across a hot spring, it's boiling. You go, I wonder what causes that. So you go and grab a bucket of it, and you take the bucket away, and you think, oh, look, it's stopped almost immediately after I took it away from the hot spring. I'll just take the word hot away, because it gives the game away. The spring, the boiling spring. So you take a bucket of it, and you go, oh, look, it's stopped doing that almost immediately. Maybe it's because in the spring that's in the earth, there's loads of soil in it. Maybe it's the soil content that caused the water to boil. So then you can vary the soil content. That would be a presumed cause of the effect. If A, that's soil content, then natural phenomena, B, boiling water. If A, that's you add or vary the soil content, then B, boiling water. Or if A, soil content, then not B, not boiling water. So let's put Jaren's very, very good idea about the soil content. Yeah, that could be a independent variable, Jaren. It's real. You can vary it, and it's in the hypothesis because you put it there. What about the soil content? Yeah, you can vary that. And we're going to do that right now, aren't we, lads? We've all got our buckets ready with our soil, is that correct? Yeah, we have. Now we're all going to actualize a hypothesis just for Jeren. What we're going to do is we're going to vary A, that's our soil content, and we're going to see if it causes B, the water to boil. Right, lads, after 3, everyone add their soil. Now, have we proven our null hypothesis? I'll repeat what that was. If soil content, then water not boiling. Did anybody get the water to boil to confirm the alternative?
No.
So, did we prove our null?
Yep.
So, with Jeren's careful advice about soil content in water, that would be something we can vary and put into a hypothesis and put through the method of science. We have, just for Jeren, proven that soil content doesn't cause water to boil. We've proven that for you, Jeren. Proven it. I absolutely expect a retraction and apology for your claims of me being a scammer. I won't launch into the personal assault you launched on you in Skype yesterday. I won't swear at you and lose my temper with you and display my disgust and outrage towards you. I won't do that on this live show. I'll keep it civil. But I expect a retraction from Jeren, who has labelled me a liar and a scammer. And I've taken his example, put it through the method, and proven the null prediction. If A, soil content, then not B, boiling water. We proved that here today, Jeren. Proved it. Of course, it wouldn't have mattered what I put through that hypothesis because it can only prove. That's all it does. Should we move on? Oh, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, just as like a sobering moment, we're having to argue with somebody about the cause of water boiling because they believe in something they can't prove.
They're scamming people somehow. I don't know if it's for money or what they're doing, but they're not being honest, which means they're scamming. So, because if they can keep perpetuating.
Yeah, I'm going to expect a retraction from you, Jeren. Yeah? I'm not scamming anybody. I'm not lying. I'm not conning people out of money. I'm disseminating the facts of the scientific empiricism a method when adhered to can provide. That's proof. Now, if you don't like it because you've gone around claiming that you've got experiments for ether, that's tough luck. But you're not going to turn around and call me a scammer, when in reality, you're bait and switching people that you can prove ether by showing them magnetic and electromagnetic effects. That's a bait and switch, otherwise known as a scam. And you're not going to tell people that you've got an experiment that Zach's provided with you when it's not based on a valid hypothesis. If it was, like we did with your soil supposition of cause, you could prove if it caused things or not. You just don't have any of those things, Jeren, and you're damn sure not going to be calling me a scammer as a result of me disseminating these facts about proof that the scientific method offers. I expect a retraction.
It's actually projection, Nathan. They're the ones that are scamming. That is a perfect example of projection.
Got quite a muffled mic, but yes, I heard what you said. That's an example of projection. When you scam and bait and switch electromagnetism for ether, close a suitcase with ether in it, because that's what you're supposed to be proving, but open a suitcase with electromagnetism in it, that's called a bait and switch, a con, a scam, a fraud.
Nathan,
So
this
that's
is a good
projection.
time for me.
Go on.
This is a good time for me to summarize just this point you're making. Bob said that it was scienced. Witsit Gets It said it can't be scienced. And he also said that it's a reification fallacy, this is Witsit, to associate ether with the magnetism. So what is going on here? Their own side is arguing within this argument with themselves. And we come to a point that you say 4 years ago, when you were on that show with Bob trying to tell him about the scientific method, I was subscriber to Globebusters, and that's how I found out about your channel. So I watched that whole debate. And at that point, I realized what was happening, what Bob was doing. Now, Jen's doing similarly the same thing that Bob did then. And so that's how I came on your panel, followed your show, because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Now, hopefully the audience could realize we're not attacking Bob or Whitsitt or Jaron in a personal manner. It's the words out of their mouth that are dumb. These people are on our side, on the flat earth side, but at the same time, we're seeing what happens over time. And what happens over time is we realize with what's going on in the world, that term, believe the science, trust the science. Well, we know that's not true because of how they're using the word science, and we have the best defense for it. Is it gone through the scientific method? Can it be proven? Can it be validated? What's your hypothesis? How do you attack that? And this is what's being attacked, and all on the basis that they can't show ether through it.
I had a conversation at the.
Go on, Brian. Go ahead.
I had a conversation at the weekend. Well, started off as an argument with Whitsitt, right, privately, and Whitsitt agrees there is no scientific evidence that for ether. Ether is belief, and that it doesn't have scientific evidence for it. That's the basics of it, right? He agrees that scientific method is, like, he's not disagreeing with that. Scientific method is absolutely necessary, and you prove and disprove things with it. But as I said to him, I said, yeah, but I said there's loads of people on your side, and people who you don't have any control or sway over, who are going around stating that ether has science for it, it's proven, the scientific experiments that prove it, all this other stuff. And I said it's getting to such a point now, I said, it's only a matter of time down the road before what they call ether becomes a consensus fact. You know, people just start calling it a fact that it exists and it's real and that it does this and it does that and causes the other thing. I said, because it'll be a consensus thing, just like with gravity. And he said, well, I'm going to do my best to try and stop that. I don't think, how can he stop that? You know, I don't know how he can stop it. Like, it's the tide has become, it's turned. There's too many people that's been disseminating this on TikTok, Discord, Twitter, etc. Now, in the background, it's just, you know, look at the amount of people who are subscribed to Globebusters who believe it, and Jeranism who believe it. You know, there's no stopping it now.
It's not just that, Brian, and he can stop it.
He can.
He could stop it by proving it, but he can't.
Well,
so he'll never stop it. Now, as I was listening to
You're
the
really
show
muffled,
that
Neil.
Huey put out the other,
Neil,
what's that?
you can hardly hear what you
Muffled?
can't hardly be muffled.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, if they want something to believe in, I could make something up on the spot that's better than ether.
You can in a moment after I shout out Sasha. So Unitox Femish, thank you very much indeed for the super chat. He says, somehow I need to think who is valuable, intelligent, famous flat earthers, not why water doesn't curve. Am I so near to open Pandora's box? Believe me. I kind of follow that. Thank you for the super chat, Sasha. Really appreciate it. Go ahead, John.
Right. I mean, if you just want something to believe in, right, and you don't really care about whether you can prove it or not, I can make up anything. And I've been working on something. I don't know if I should do it in the live show, though. Because I don't know if it would be.
No, feel free. Feel free. But so long as what you've been thinking about gets labelled with theory or experiment.
Oh, no. There's none of that. It's a conceptual solid background that pixels appear in, so that I can explain particles with it. It's a solid background, right? Like a TV screen. It's pixel theory. So I can explain photons and electrons with it. And you can't do that with ether. But I've just made this thing up and it's better than ether. So why
Yeah,
don't
but
you
what
accept that?
what made the pixels though before they were manifest? You know.
Well, rather than
That's the
asking
Ratia.
no, I love how Armin immediately buys into it. No, you don't ask questions within the parameters of the notion that's been postulated. Number one, it's down to John, his burden. He can prove it if he's already disclaimed this is nonsense he's making up for juxtaposition purposes. Okay, by juxtaposition, okay, what are we observing? What's physically observed that you're describing in pixel theory? Where do I observe the pixels that you're describing?
Well, I can't put it through the scientific method. I mean, it would
We're
be
nowhere
on the
near the
same
scientific
level.
method. Stop. We're nowhere near the method. What are you observing? That's not what's your independent variable to be varied at a later stage. It's what are we observing? That's all I'm asking.
Pixels.
No, that's your idea. Where do we observe the pixels in physical reality?
On the photographic plate. There you go.
So what you're saying is
Gotcha.
what's on a photographic plate is a pixel.
Sure.
Profound.
So everything needs this solid background.
Whoa. So we've gone from you're describing a dot on a piece of photographic plate as a pixel. Okay, no worries. I've got no objection to that. Call it whatever you like. But now you're saying that the medium you described earlier as solid is as a direct consequence of you showing me a bit of light on a photographic sensor or plate. No. That's a very large leap that you've taken there. I mean, it's almost like you've taken a suitcase with one thing in and opened another. Like a bait and switch. Suddenly we're talking about something that's got absolutely nothing to do with a dot on a photographic plate, aren't we? This background medium that's responsible for that dot on the plate? How is it that we've gone from dot on plate to background everything?
Well, I said it wasn't science, right? So that just allows me to make shit up, right?
Yes. Unless I critique on its validity, which is what's happening.
Oh, that's a problem.
Are you about
then.
to end the live show, Nathan?
It's up to you, Chocolate. Did you want to spend a prolonged period going through Jaren's comments in regards to science not proving anything? Yeah, I'm going to expect a retraction for that, Jaren. Yeah, varying soil content was proved to not cause water to boil. We proved that. Yeah, a retraction's definitely required. Yeah, whenever you like, Chocolate, we can go through this indefinitely or, well, till the end of his statements of relevance.
I just got I got a couple of things just to point out that just kind of confused me. So I was wondering if we could go through it. I posted a clip. It's in the war room. The last clip that I posted.
The entire idea of gravity and whether things fall just based on relative density. Well, we've now seen with the Van de Graaf generator that you can adjust something, whether it floats or sinks, based on its electrical potential. And so therefore, it makes sense to me that, the electricity could set the down direction. Everything else is handled by density and buoyancy. So it's not even really worth talking about the electrical part, because that just sets a down direction. That's it. Everything else is handled through density. But here's the problem, is those guys keep going back and they're like, oh, well, why don't you make my phone rise in the generator, in the Van de Graaf generator? It's like, phone is a hugely dense item. Nobody's saying that you can make things levitate that are heavy. That we're talking about little things like you put a piece of paper on the ground, then you turn on the generator, it creates an electrical field, and then the thing floats. Well, that's a tiny piece of paper. But what you did by making it float is you adjusted it. We can say, not proof, that it could set the down direction. So why would Flat Earth Debate be so against that idea? Why not?
Wow. I mean, this one, if I may, Nathan.
Well, let Chocolate go first, but yes, 10th.
Okay. So in that clip that you just heard, he said a couple of things that I don't know, made me scratch my head a little bit. Number one, what's gravity? I don't know what that is. No proof for that. Oh, I forgot. We can't prove things anyway. Okay. Number two, the quote that he said, where he says, "We're not the. It's not even worth talking about the electric part because that just sets the down direction. Everything else is handled through density." Okay, so they're mad at us because we don't talk about the electrostatic part. But here he says it's not even worth talking about the electric part because that just sets the down direction and everything else is handled through density. So you're mad at us for talking about the thing that you just said is not worth talking about.
Wait, what?
Okay.
He said it set the down direction, so
No,
he can
no.
literally.
We'll come to that
I'm gonna get
afterwards.
to that.
Stop. I'm just going to reiterate Chocolate's point. What Chocolate's saying is the critique is that we're not looking into the electromagnetic presupposed forces that control everything. That would be down. Something that they're saying is universally applied to everything always. Releases helium balloon, watches steam rise, etc., etc. Yeah, we can overcome that. We have to do the same thing when, I can't believe I'm saying this, the ball believers claim gravity like you are. But that aside, Chocolate's point is that he's saying that's not even important. In fact, not even worth talking about. The thing that controls everything else, and now this bit is scientifically validated, is the density. Right, relative to the medium, like Anthony Riley showed, you mean? And then he reiterates that that's what's actually controlling the vector. Okay, so in summary, the thing that he's annoyed about us with is our lack of appreciation for their groundbreaking work in electromagnetism. By the way, that's not ether. That's the bait and switch suitcase of electromagnetism, because this isn't ether. He's conning you that this is ether. It isn't. It's electromagnetism. But in any event, regardless of this bait and switch, Chocolate's saying, well, why are you annoyed at us then? What's the beef? If it's relative density and that's what we've shown with scientific validity, and you're saying that's what basically controls everything, we know we've shown it, scientifically validated it, and it's not even worth talking about the ether, then what the hell is the problem here? But later, he'll go on to critique Anthony Riley, like we've talked about this stuff and it's wrong to talk about it. It's like, well, no, he's scientifically validated the relative density disequilibrium when observing a vector change. That's not something that's ever going to change, so we're never going to change what we talk about it. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Yeah.
You just got scammed, Nathan.
Okay, so to
Sorry,
further, I'm sorry, Brian. Let me just get through this real quick, so because I'm gonna have to go back to work, and I'm already taking time. So, okay, so yeah, that's basically my point, Nathan, with that. But also in the clip, you hear how when Brian, because apparently, when Brian debated Whitsitt, Whitsitt made the claim that you can lift any object in the world with electrostatics, right? Because in this case, it's electrostatics, not electromagnetism they're talking about. It's electrostatics. What's electrostatics? That's basically the study of static electricity. Okay, static electricity is a thing. We all know it's a thing. We've all had some sort of experience with it. Okay, great. That's fine. But the practicality of bringing that into use doesn't seem very good when you're asked, well, right after stating that you can lift anything in the world, well, Brian says, can you lift my phone? Which is no, it's just I could scrape a little piece of your phone. Oh, okay. But then Jaren just says in his statement, nobody's saying that you can make things levitate that are heavy. We're talking about little things like a little piece of paper. Okay. So that doesn't seem very practical then.
Well, it's also, sorry, Chocolate, that's also a contradiction. Sorry, is he saying that a piece of paper isn't heavy?
I guess so, or it's heavy or it's light enough that you can lift it with this Van der Graaf generator.
So it's kind of it's more. My point was going to be that it's more determined by its density than how dense something is. And when you say, well, it's only a bit of paper, we're not talking about dense things. Well, like a bit of paper's a dense thing,
right?
Yeah. No,
you've got
that's where the opposition, where the natural claim itself undoes that. Remember that the claim, the Van der Graaf, and with all of this stuff, is that it sets the direction of down. Now, if they're saying they reverse the direction of down, then in reality,
within the, or not in reality, but within the claim, you reverse the direction of down, the weight of the object, the heavier it is, the faster it's going to go up, isn't it? Because we've not made something lighter, we've reversed the polarity of down in their claim. So the weight of the object, has no bearing on it.
My bad.
You've got scammed. This is the third time I've told you, you've got scammed. You were just told that this thing sets the direction of down, right? And then you went on to argue about how it lifts pieces of paper. That's a claim that would need to be validated through scientific method. That's a claim.
What does it do, Brian?
That he
Lifts
just
a piece of paper.
Yeah, but the point is, Adam, is he just made a claim. 1 second. He just made a claim and then brushed straight past it by saying that it only applies to small things because that it doesn't really matter. But anyway, here's my claim still out there that I'm positively making.
But that's the retarded. We only reverse the polarity of down for small things. It's getting worse.
Yeah, but
Well done, Brian. Well done, Adam. I'm sorry. Right, Chocolate's still got the end of his point to make, and then 10th was actually in the queue next. But we can come back to this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That squeal was Adam going, no, I've really got an important point that I still want to get out. Go ahead, Adam.
Oh, that was Eli.
Oh, was it Eli? No, you're definitely not jumping in this queue. No way. Give it over. Right. Chocolate.
Yeah,
if you've got something to round
I
out
got to
with.
go back to work, man. Because I'm not out here scamming. I got to actually make money by working. So,
right. Okay.
Okay. So, okay, where was I? That's lost my train of thought. Okay, so I pointed out how they're upset at us for not talking about electrostatics, aka static electricity, while talking about density, when he himself says that that's the prime cause, right? Is the density. That's everything else is handled by density, were his words. So we don't even really need to talk about the electric part. Okay, that's fine. Now, I'm not taking away the fact that there is such a thing as a Van de Graaf generator, right? And that you can, like Adam says, reverse the polarity of the piece of paper and lift it. Okay, great. I accept that. I accept static electricity as a thing. Okay, great. But the problem I'm having right now is that when you look up what a Van de Graaf generator is, right? What was the prime use for this thing? Like, what was it made for? Right? Now, Nathan, if you go back to the war room, under the video I posted a couple of wiki screenshots.
With your squiggles, I'm pretty sure this is yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
You recognize the squiggles, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So lately we've been called scammers and liars because we talk about, I don't know, things like the double slit, things like the quantum eraser experiment, things like quantum mechanics. And we're called liars and scammers because apparently these things incorporate things called atoms or particles, right? Okay, that's fine. I accept that you want to say that that's pseudoscience and therefore we can't talk about such things. But when you go to the Van de Graaf generator, if you've got the first slide pulled up, let me read this. The Van de Graaf generator was originally developed as a particle accelerator for physics research, as its high potential can be used to accelerate subatomic particles to great speeds in an evacuated tube. It was the most powerful type of accelerator until the cyclotron was developed in the early 1930s. Van de Graaf generators are still used as accelerators to generate energetic particle and X-ray beams for nuclear research and nuclear medicine. Okay. So the very original development of this thing was based on the very foundation of something we're being called scammers and liars for talking about. Okay. So if you can go to the next one that I posted. I still here? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we're following along, and I've put the next slide up. Van de Graaf Generator, the internal motivation. Go ahead.
All right. So another citation from Wiki. The initial motivation for the development of the Van de Graaf generator was as a source of high voltage to accelerate particles for nuclear physics experiments. The high potential difference between the surface of the terminal and ground results in a corresponding electric field. When an ion source is placed near the surface of the sphere, typically within the sphere itself, the field will accelerate charged particles of the appropriate sign away from the sphere. By insulating the generator with pressurized gas, the breakdown voltage can be raised, increasing the maximum energy of accelerated particles. Okay. So go to the next slide, if you can, please.
Yep.
So, Van de Graaf generator uses accelerating electrons to sterilize food and processed materials, accelerating protons for nuclear physics experiments, producing energetic X-ray beams in nuclear medicine, physics education, and entertainment. Okay. The Van de Graaf generator was originally developed as a particle accelerator for physics research, as its high potential can be used to accelerate subatomic particles. See, that word seems to be coming up again and again and again in the use of this device. So, what's a subatomic particle? If you go to the last slide, what's a subatomic particle? In physical sciences, a subatomic particle is a particle that composes an atom. According to the standard model of particle physics, subatomic particle can either be a composite particle, which is composed of other particles, for example, a proton, neutron, or meson, or an elementary particle, which is not composed of other particles, for example, an electron, photon, or muon. Particle physics and nuclear physics study these particles and how they interact. Anybody getting the gist here?
Yeah, well, we hold over the coals for an adherence to these conceptual descriptions. When we don't adhere to them or reify them, we use them as the conceptual descriptions they are. But I seem to remember pointing that out about 11 times to Witsit Gets It, because he was hauling me over the coals for being a atomist. Tenth.
Sorry, I just got a call.
I didn't hear anything in there.
It's 10th in the Eli.
Oh, sorry.
So just to summarize, because I have to run now. I got people calling me. It's pretty sad to me that we are sitting here being called scammers and liars by guys that were originally on our side because of the use of words like photon and electron, which seems. But the very device. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But the very device that they want to bring up, for some reason, that is based, the foundation, the development, the invention is based around the same thing that they're calling us scammers for. So that's pretty hypocritical, if you ask me. And again, not taking away that you can do something with this Van de Graaf generator. Okay, great. But again, let's remember what Jaron said. We don't even need to talk about that because it's so little, so weak, can't do anything. But we are told that they're mad at us right now because they claim we're running around telling people what to say and what to think. Well, you're telling me that if I manipulate the density of a medium and put an egg in it, I'm not allowed to just say that that's what I manipulated. I have to say I've manipulated the electrostatics, even though that's not what I manipulated at all. You don't find that to be a type funny? Well, I do. And I don't need you to tell me what to say, what to think, especially when you yourself said it's not worth talking about. Might want to watch that.
You also can't say that water boils at 100 degrees. You can't just say that. According to
I'll
Jaron.
say what I want. Thanks.
No, you can't. You're not allowed. Anyway, 10th, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Nathan. I'm done.
Excellent work, Chocolate. Excellent. if it's so real and it's all around us, why do you need a Van de Graaff generator to show it? Why it shouldn't be? It's all around us. Put a piece of paper on your kitchen table, close the windows and doors so you can't say it's the wind, and let's see how long you're going to sit there and stare at it before it floats.
It might. Sorry,
Ridiculous.
even if it does, we're getting confused. So, which suitcase are we looking at again?
Well, that's my point. My point is you have to do this within a closed situation and introduce something that you say is already all around us. Well, if it's already all around us, pieces of paper sitting in rooms that ceiling fans are turned off and no wind coming through the window, it should be happening all the time.
Yeah, it should. But if you break this down into the actual supposition and cause and effect relationship that's being asserted, you've got if electromagnetic field, then in this case, light item moves. Okay, so we've got electromagnetism as the claim cause. That would be what the Van de Graaff generator is doing. You asked what it's doing, what it's showing. It ain't showing ether. But somehow the people in the audiences who are listening to these sorts of examples have it in the back of their mind that this is somehow showing or proving ether. No, it isn't. That's a scam, a bait and switch scam, where they talk about ether, but it's actually just presupposed to be the background medium of everything when they show you something that's not ether. That's a bait and switch, a scam.
You're right, but I'm doing it for the average ordinary day person, that this ether is all around us, and what we should all be observing in the natural world is this thing that's happening within this contraption called the Van de Graaff generator. Now, it's not. And when he was with Brian, Whitsitt says it's a very negligible force, like Chocolate was saying. But we don't need to deal with that, according to Jaron. Let's get on to this other thing. I mean, just someone has to use their brain cells and connect the dots here. It's very simple. Thank you for the work.
Brian, go ahead, and then Eli.
Go ahead, I have a lot of noise. I'll get it back later, don't worry.
Go ahead, Eli.
All right. Again, I love everybody. Everybody knows that. I don't understand the progression of the conversation because it's all over the place. I don't like that. So I'm just going to say this. If talk about the ether isn't science, if it's a straw man, if it's suggested that that's your position and it isn't, and if it's just a logical framework for how we talk about it, then why are we talking about examples of things that show that it exists?
Well, like experiments. Oh, you need to grease the skids of a just so story, Eli. You need to give the impression that you've got empiricism and scientific validity. So therefore, you're going to pepper this nonsense with words like experiment.
I mean, is it a reasonable? Am I being reasonable? I mean, if it's not science, and then why? What are the examples for? I don't get it.
Is it reasonable to entertain the unreasonable?
No, but sometimes you have to when you're being called a scam because your general undoing of a globe magic trick acquisition is going to get you called out as a scammer. Because unfortunately for me, undoing the globe's lies when they say they've got science and they haven't, and lean on the science and its empiricism when they say science proves things, whether you like it or not. True, but only true if you've got science, which Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't. But he talks a lot about science. So when he tells you his stories, he's using the magic trick of suggestion because he hasn't actually got any science to be right whether you like it or not. But just in saying it, you'll believe he has. Hello, Sleeping Warrior.
You don't beat a Johnny come lately. You're in or you're out the house.
Right, who else was
We
in the
miss
queue?
you.
Who else was in the queue? No one?
Lie is that science can prove things. No, it cannot. So it's that simple. I don't know why we have to be, why do you have to be on that side? Well, the side is because once they've stated something over there, they must stick to it. They're not allowed to change their minds over there on Flat Earth Debate because they are militant and gross about it. So once you've yelled at people and told them to lick your balls and you're an idiot and you're an embarrassment, once you've said that, you can't go back on what you've said. You can't be like, oh, you know what, Austin, we're sorry. You're right. It does make sense what you're saying about the ether. They can't do that. They can't do it. So what do they have to do? They just double down and keep spitting out their same nonsense, and they can keep doing it. And you watch as their numbers dwindle and dwindle and dwindle and dwindle. Takes time, but that's what happens when you aren't honest with people. And science does not prove anything. Never has. What did Nathan Oakley tell me one time? Oh yeah, well science proved that scurvy is a lack of vitamin C or something. It's like, no, science didn't prove anything. First of all, scurvy isn't a thing. Scurvy is a word that we gave for the lack of vitamin C. Okay, so because you gave a word to something, you can't then say science proved that the word that we gave something is the definition of that word that we gave it. What are you talking about? So they learned that people were getting sick from a lack of vitamin C. Okay, that's what they learned. Now, is that proof? No, it's not proof of anything.
Who was it that piped up? That sounded like a quantum eraser laugh.
So did they get an upload, or how did they go about determining this? Like, was it
They knew
imparted
the
to
cause.
them divinely? Like, how did they figure it out, Jen? My dear friend, that you don't know exists, but I do watch your stuff.
Well,
I mean,
just
this is ridiculous.
a word. It's just a word, Eli. What you got here, right? You got a Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit. Sorry, I wanted to keep it civil. How can you keep it civil? Number one, he doesn't know what science is. Science doesn't prove or disprove. Scientists using the scientific method prove or disprove. He doesn't know what the word science means. He doesn't know what the word natural science means. He's confusing the pseudosciences with the actual sciences. He doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. It's just jumbled, garbled, Dunning-Kruger. It's like listening to Elmer Fudd give the keynote address at a metabolic pathway convention. This is the point that we're at. He's a fucking clown.
Okay.
So
now,
just
is
let
it
him
strong
No need, no
evidence?
need.
Yes. Of course, things are strong evidence. I'm not saying, by no means am I saying that with scientific tests, you can't get very strong evidence that appears in every fashion to be what you would call proof, but it doesn't prove things. So to walk around and say science proved this is just, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. He doesn't know. He even doesn't know what the definition of evidence and proof is. We're at this level. So we need to have him define these terms. Also, I would like these other terms defined also. Electromagnetism, magnetism, electrostatics, and static forces. I need those terms defined by these monkeys. Then you're going to see the game. You're going to see the Elmer Fudd at a metabolic pathway convention. That's what you're going to see. Good. That's it.
Can't get very strong evidence that appears in every fashion to be what you would call proof, but it doesn't prove things. So to walk.
Okay, so he says you can get strong evidence, but you can't get proof. And QE has said, well, why don't you go and look up what evidence is? So let's have a little read from Cambridge Dictionary. Evidence, noun. Anything that helps to prove that something is or is not true. Let's read that again, just for Jaren. Yeah, I'm going to be wanting that retraction, Jaren. Evidence. Anything that helps to prove that something is true or not.
walk around and say, science proved this is just, it's ridiculous. How could science prove anything? Did the experimenters know all possible scenarios and all possible conditions? Of course not, right? Like there could literally be, so let's think about like, so the sun burns your skin, right? But that's not from the light. That's from the light that we can't see, right?
No, it's Kiwi, just out of interest, have you still got the pink writing to hand? Because I heard a natural phenomena there, didn't you?
I can't find it right now.
Okay,
I just looked up.
Just play along. Did we all hear the statement of a natural phenomena?
Sunburn.
Skin burning.
Skin burning. Sounds pretty natural to me. Check out that guy over there. He's been out all day and his skin's bright red. Bright red skin. Phenomena. We all in agreement this is a natural phenomena?
You mean light has energy?
Whoa. Easy now, Tiger. Is this a phenomena? Could we call this a dependent variable?
Sunburn? Yes.
All right, let's see what else Jaren's got to say.
UV rays. So imagine back in 1600, these guys were walking around and they wanted to do an experiment of why people were getting sunburnt.
Oh, so we better define what an experiment is then. Right? So they're in 1600, they've seen the pink skin and they want to do an experiment. Well, an experiment's a hypothesis test, Jaren. So you'd need to suppose the cause of that effect and then vary it to see if it causes it. That's half of a hypothesis in full construction. It's called an alternative hypothesis. If A, then B. B is your dependent variable, and that would be red skin, burnt skin, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter what you call it. All that matters is that it's an effect that we observe in nature that we want to know the cause of. So we've got our dependent variable, and we're going to do an experiment, according to Jaren. Now, a hypothesis test needs a hypothesis, so we're going to need to suppose the cause of the effect, so we can have that effect as A, and have the hypothesis as if A, then B. And also a null, which will be if A, not red skin. Let's see where Jaren goes from here.
And so they did a little test and they figured out that the sun is what's burning people's arms. And they said, oh, light then.
Sorry. They figured it out. They did a little test. What, they varied exposure to sunlight and figured out that that was the cause? Is anybody else on the same wavelength as me when I say that Jaren's just affirmed that you can vary a presumed cause of an effect and validate it as the cause of the effect? Is it just me, or did he just prove that the sun causes sunburn?
Nope, I'm with you.
Yep.
Would anybody on the panel agree that that did not prove that exposure to sun causes sunburn?
Kind of giving it away in the title of sunburn, ain't you?
I said red skin initially, but obviously we all know what we're talking about, and you can vary how much exposure to sun you have. It's real, it's capable of variation, it's the assumed cause in the hypothesis, and we vary it, and the effect is caused. That would be a tick next to if A, exposure to sunlight, then B, red skin. Now, obviously, we're going to keep everything else held constant, because that's what you do in the method. It's called an independent variable. It will be the only thing varied. And if upon variation with all else held constant, we see the effect, then you've proven that causes the effect. Are we all clear, or am I missing something?
Well, we could build on this knowledge too, couldn't we? And from that decipher what kind of light causes the sunburn. But that would be like built upon that, right?
That would be built upon it. It'd be like you seeing men come back from sea with a sickness and saying maybe it's the amount of seawater that they're exposed to, and varying the amount of seawater they're exposed to and seeing if that causes the effect. And when you vary it, they aren't getting scurvy, so you prove seawater does not cause scurvy. You put a little tick because you proved it when you varied it and it didn't cause it. Now, you could also look at their diet and say, I wonder if we give them some oranges, that will suppress the effect we observe in nature that we've called scurvy. I mean, they've called it scurvy even though we haven't got a lack of vitamin C established as the reason they get this yet. I mean, Jeran doesn't appreciate that. He thought that when they defined it as being scurvy, dictionary writers came up with the cause when they defined the word. They didn't. That's moronic. You'd have to know that a lack of vitamin C causes this effect. The name has no bearing on that information. However, you could vary their fruit intake and find that when you varied the fruit and type that they intake during their time at sea, they did not come back with scurvy. Now, you wouldn't know anything about the constituent parts of the fruit, but you damn sure know that when you give it them, they don't die. When you do give it them, they die. Or vice versa. I messed that right up. I'll start that again. If you do give them the fruit, they don't die. Therefore, they're going to pretty much every time opt to take some fruit with them. But you could expand upon that knowledge and figure out that the constituent part of the fruit you're giving them is X. And then you give X a name. You give it a category, like a vitamin. And you give the vitamin in the category a letter. You call it vitamin C, because it happens to be the third one you've discovered, or labelled arbitrarily. It doesn't alter the fact that the effect you observed and the cause thereof, in this case, the lack of vitamin C, has been established when you just varied the fruit intake. The extensive knowledge that you might acquire thereafter doesn't change the cause and effect relationship. If no fruit, that could be slightly ambiguous because there's other things, but in the context of keeping things consistent, then scurvy. If fruit, limes and oranges, then no scurvy. So that isn't something that's ever going to change, ever. Regardless of the names you give these things, regardless of calling it scurvy or calling it men dying at sea when they come back in poor health. A long string of words doesn't change that. Saying they come back and die doesn't ascribe any causal link to it. And when you find the causal link to be fruit intake, that doesn't tell you that vitamin C, the further explanation into the cause, was the reason they did not die. That's still science. You vary something, you see if it causes the effect. You have a null. That's all science is. That's all it does. It's all it can do. And in the comments, we'll carry on with Jaren's words, if not.
Yeah, I have, is basically going off of what John Campanella says. Vitamin C is not proven to exist.
Yeah, it's a concept, it's a framework, it's a convention to describe something.
Yeah, it doesn't exist though, according to him. And it hasn't been proven that vitamin C is found in large quantities in things like oranges and, limes.
I got a couple of things I want to address, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's up, Sleeping?
One of the most important things that I heard when I was listening to Globebusters was when Bob used the egg example that I used myself, and he said, well, the egg will start moving all by itself when it starts to decompose. It doesn't need to have anything changed. And I think was it Flatzoid that was in there? He said, isn't that demonstrating relative density? Because the gases that are created by the rotting process change the density of the egg, but the medium is still changing. And Bob just completely ignores that. I just want to point that out because that is proof that relative density is the cause of the acceleration, because the gases are changing inside the egg, Bob, and it is changing the density of the egg. What's the problem with that? Why is it that you ignore that? And when it comes to Jeranism, Jeranism said, when I first started listening to him, he said, I will follow the evidence wherever it takes me. And I got on board with that because I'm an empiricist. I will follow the evidence. But when it comes to demonstrating the cause of the effect, we have a definition for that. It's called the independent variable. And it is the thing that we manipulate or vary to prove the cause of an effect. When Jeran says science can't prove anything, what he's actually doing is denying science. Because as Nathan's pointed out, we prove that, in that case he gave, was soil did not cause water to boil. Soil did not cause water to boil. So it did prove that soil was not the cause of water boiling, Jeren. And you are expected to retract and apologize to Nathan. He is correct. Science does prove stuff. The reason why you're saying that, Jeren, is because you realize that the stuff that you're pushing with Bob Nodell is woo-woo. The ether argument. What is the observed phenomena? The claim is that there is some kind of a bias, some directional bias. Well, I've asked Bob to demonstrate that, and now he's come back with a Van de Graaf generator, right, which generates thousands of volts but very little current. It's akin to lightning. Nobody denies that the high voltage of lightning can cause things to move, because we can see that. We see it strike buildings and the tiles all explode. But is it causing the directionality that he claims? Jeren claims that nobody's saying that it causes like big things to move. Well, we're saying that it fails to cause big things to move because it is disproportionate to mass. At least gravity, as in Newtonian gravitation, is proportionate to mass. That makes all masses, regardless of how big or small they are, accelerate according to their nonsense that's been replaced. But at least it was proportionate to mass. When Jeren says, nobody's saying that it causes big things to move, it just gives the vector. Well, if it doesn't cause big things to move, then it isn't giving any vector, is it? It's failing to give a vector, Jeren, because it is not the cause of the acceleration that you just insist must be there. It's proving that it's not the cause. And I did that test because Bob would not do it. I got the egg in a state of equilibrium, and I passed a current through the medium to see whether or not the egg would accelerate. Okay, I only did 12 volts or whatever the circumstances were, but it didn't do the thing that you claim it did, Jeren. Bob, Whitsit, whoever is in that clan, it didn't do the thing that you're claiming. Why did it not do it? Because the egg, even though it's in a state of equilibrium, has got more inertia to resist acceleration from the little tiny charge that does cause movement, but it's fractional, negligible. It's almost not there. That's why you can only get a fleck of paint to move. Because it doesn't go that far, it's disproportionate to mass, and it proves, Jeren, proves that your claim that a voltage or a current or a energy flow or whatever you want to call it to do with electricity, it proves that that doesn't do anything when it comes to stuff that's got real inertia, bigger than a fleck of paint. So again, science does prove something, Jeren. You just don't like it, and that's why you're denouncing science. When you start denouncing science, you become an anti-flat earther, because we're applying science. We used to get criticised for failing to have any science. Rumpus used to say, yeah, the whole body is science. But when we started looking into it, we realised that there is no science for it. And now you're pushing it, that science doesn't prove anything. It proves what's not being caused. It proves what's not being accelerated by woo-woo. It proves that it's not current related. Yeah, it does it to little tiny things, but it doesn't create the vector. It doesn't create the direction that you claim it does, because I've proven it, Jeren. You don't like it, you don't address it, you ignore it at all costs, but you could repeat it, couldn't you? And you could prove how I did it wrong. Because when I got that egg moving with my test where I changed it by putting salt in, that did make the acceleration, didn't it? But when I passed a voltage through it, a current or an amperage, whatever word you want to use to describe that current, if I didn't do it enough, show me how I got it wrong. If I didn't do it in the correct way, show me how I got it wrong. But prove your claim, because science does prove stuff, and it proves that your nonsense was wrong, guys. That's why we denounce it. I'm done.
Yeah, at the moment the scientific method doesn't affirm what they've told you as a just so story, they'll throw it under the bus and say it doesn't prove things, because they can't adhere to it. Shout out to Retro Bill, who says temperature may cause water to boil, but numpties cause blood to do the same. Thank you for the super chat, Retro Bill.
Amen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
I'd like to say, right, what we've been describing for several years, what Anthony proved, right, is that relative density, the density of an object or substance or gas, right, within the density, in comparison to the density of the medium that it resides in, will determine its vector directionality. Now, they have a Van de Graaf generator, something that generates a static electric effect, that it requires a lot of power to do this. And what it does is it creates an effect where it lifts a tiny piece of paper or an iron foiling or a piece of hair or whatever. If we put water into that, or we put gas into that, what will happen? Will we have the same effect? Will the gas go down? Will the gas go up? Will the gas just do what it always does and fill every part? What will water do if we put it into it? That's the problem. Like, we can show with all matter that what causes the acceleration, the vector directionality. We can show with all matter. It doesn't matter what matter it is. Oh, pardon.
But we show it. Hold on,
But
Brian.
they can only
Hold on.
show a
The
hair.
distinction is we show it based on a naturally occurring phenomena. So while we might be able to move a fleck of paint with a huge amount of voltage generated by a man-made device, that would be a parlour trick, because what science discovers things about are the natural phenomena we experience in the physical and natural world, as opposed to a parlour trick that a man can make. So if you're going to show me flecks of paint in physical nature dancing around, then that's fascinating. You can maybe science that phenomena and figure out the cause of that phenomena. But that's all I'll be interested in. Your if A will be what causes little specks of paint to dance around in nature. Because we're all super concerned with this natural phenomena, are we? Because that's the first step in the scientific method. Because it excludes parlour tricks at the first step. When you ask, what's the natural phenomena we're observing? And they go, the Van de Graaff generator moving a bit of paper. You go, that's not a natural phenomena. I'm not going to concern myself with something that you've put together in a parlour trick to make happen. That's you causing that, you dumbo. We are concerned with what happens in the physical and natural world. We are interested in the world around us because that's what we've been duped about. And you know what? We've been duped with things like Cavendish balls and Foucault pendulums and gyroscopes that the ballers used when they dug out their parlour tricks to say that their parlour tricks were actually things we needed to concern ourselves with. And do you know what we said to them when they pulled out their Foucault pendulum? Or their balls in a shed? We said, where does this happen in nature? For us to concern ourselves with it. Where does your premise in this tool, this gizmo, this gadget, this parlour trick, where does the mass that you say attracts mass, where does that happen in nature? Because if it doesn't happen in nature, we're not concerned about it. Because it's not part of our physical world to concern ourselves with. Oh, unless you induce it as a man. Oh, well, then we already know the cause of why this little bit of paper moved. You did it. You with your parlour trick. When you turned on your man-made device and made it move. Because it's sure as shit ain't doing it in nature, is it? But that's exclusively what Flat Earth are interested in. Flat Earth debate, that is. I don't know if I can say Flat Earth, because obviously there's a claimed consensus that believe in these parlour tricks that they'd already been duped with once. Was it not enough to wake up to the fact that the Cavendish balls was conjuring a phenomena within the apparatus that we did not see in nature? And here we are again with a Van de Graaff generator. Is it producing ether? Oh no, it's not. It's moving a bit of paper. Because that's what you see occurring in nature to have to study to worry about it. No. We deal with physics here. And physics, that's science, is a study. And phys in physics is physical. It deals with the physical and natural world, not with parlour tricks, not with man-made effects, because we already know the cause of them. Man caused them. Cause and effect established. Why did the little bit of paper dance around? Oh, well, you turned on a man-made device and made it do it. Now, if you'd like to show me where that happens in nature, I'll write it down with pink writing as a dependent variable. That would be the effect that we're going to be studying. And that effect will be bits of paper dancing around, maybe leaves. But then all we'll be studying is what causes the leaves to dance up and down. And if you vary the wind and get the leaves to dance up and down, we'll establish that wind causes leaves to move. It won't have anything to do with ether. It won't have anything to do with a background medium. It'll have everything to do with the thing that you vary being the cause, and the effect actually being the effect we're studying in this case, if we juxtapose his man-made bit of paper being moved by a man-made electronic device We'll say it's the leaves moving in nature because we can see that happening naturally. And I can establish the cause of it with wind. It's not like I vary wind next to leaves and validate my null. That would be prove my null that if wind, leaves don't move. Of course, if they didn't, I'd be validating it and proving it also. But that's another point that Jeren needs to retract when he claimed I'm a scammer. Meanwhile, the whole purpose of this is to figure out how our world works. Not how Van de Graaf generators work, not how gyroscopes work, not how con artists work, but how our natural world works. So if you're going to claim you've got a phenomena when you show a bit of paper moving when you turn on a device, I'm not interested. That ain't natural. That ain't something I'm too concerned with.
Well, is that why they assert that there's free energy to be had because they think that there's lightning everywhere?
Perhaps. I don't care.
Well,
if they showed me lightning,
Yes.
I'd be asking them to establish it through the scientific method if they're going to assert a causal relationship, and then we'd be studying the cause of lightning.
Yeah, and lightning is never continual. It's always a discharge, and then it's not there anymore. So, not continual.
We'll get through a bit more of this video, because otherwise we're going to be here all day.
Then is what's burning people's skin, right? But scientific proof. Well, no, they didn't know all of the things that were possible, meaning they had no idea about UV light. So,
okay.
What?
So
Whoa. So his problem was that light, they figured out that sunlight was causing sunburn. And now he said UV light. So light wasn't causing sunburn?
No, they still proved that exposure to sunlight caused the red skin, but he's saying because they didn't know what UV light was to describe it with wave function, with diffraction patterns, with the description that comes from diffraction patterns and wave function, because they didn't do that, that means that they did not establish it, proof positive that exposure to sunlight causes sunburn. They didn't prove that because they didn't know what UV was.
Yeah.
Light.
So I don't need.
Don't you know that science is like the
hold
full
on. I haven't.
description of
Hold on, Owen.
everything?
Hold on. I haven't reiterated QE's actual overriding point. He's saying, I'll just rephrase. Because they didn't know the concept of describing UV light, they didn't establish light and exposure to it as the cause, because they didn't know what UV light was.
Light.
Yeah,
the light thing. Yes. Thank you.
But because they didn't know what the light would be described as when described with diffraction patterns and wave functions, probability distributions. yeah, when they didn't do that, it changed the fact that exposure to the light caused sunburn, didn't it? It changed that fact you proved positive when you changed and varied the exposure to the sunlight. No, it didn't. Proof positive. You varied exposure to the light and caused the effect you studied. Proof. You proved it. You proved that the exposure to the light caused the redness of the skin. That was proof.
But Nathan, you didn't know about unicorns yet, so it's all invalid.
Hold on a sec. Hold on. So I can ignore everything I know about UV light and just walk out in the sun and I won't get sunburned now, right?
I mean, if you don't know about the convention that's derived to give them these different wavelengths of light their name, I mean, obviously you're completely protected from the light and the exposure to it, because we did not prove that the exposure to this light caused the redness of your skin. So you'll be fine, I think, based on Jeren's logic.
Nah, that's a bit of straw man too. But it's ridiculous to negate a fundamental light science establishment when there is like another aspect of it that had not been discovered yet. And this is a ridiculous assumption. Just because you discover something new doesn't mean that it negates the old. The old was already established through experiment, and that is repeatable. So it's going to stay. It's not going to change just because something new was discovered about it.
Well, the astronauts didn't know
Well,
they were going through the Allen radiation.
Neil first. Go on,
That's
Neil.
why they didn't get cancer.
Go ahead, Neil.
I said the astronauts had no idea they were flying through the Van Allen, right? Radiation. So they didn't get cancer because they had no clue. So they're good.
Yeah, but they didn't go through a vacuum of space. That bit's a complete lie. That would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to assert it. So the conjured consequences of a medium that doesn't exist, aka outer space, a sky vacuum, are irrelevant when the narrative doesn't include them, because you can include radiating cancer-causing particles in Narnia today in the narrative. But it won't affect that the kids didn't die of it because it wasn't part of the narrative when you described Narnia last time. Yeah, it was still fake then, it's still fake now. There is no outer space. If there was, we'd all be dead because the gas we're breathing would be filling that space because of entropy. It doesn't, we haven't, there is no space, so it doesn't matter what invented consequences happen in the Van Allen belt.
Well, it is interesting.
No, hold on. The aluminum foil or whatever that was is just really good at blocking Van Allen radiation.
Yeah, you can create something that will counteract the radiation and poisonous gas that I created in Narnia, also, Arwin. But it doesn't change the fact that Narnia's not real, outer space isn't real. If it was, we'd all be dead. So that's a complete hoax. There is no outer space. If there was, we wouldn't have any gas to breathe. The gas would vacate. It would fill the space. And they call space, the space the gas could fill, if it were real, space.
Yes, I agree. But if they did go and they went through the radiation belt, then I bet that the aluminum foil protected them against the radiation, even though they didn't know what was there
Nice
yet.
try, nice third attempt. So if we concede that we will reify Narnia, in this case outer space, into existence, then in the narrative of Narnia, aka outer space in this context, they would be safe with tinfoil against the imaginary bogus Van Allen belt radiation that they're not going to suffer because it's in a region that doesn't exist. Yeah, you're not going to get away with this, Armin. It's never going to happen. Let John speak, please.
No,
you
that
have
was
3 goes.
perfect.
3 goes.
That was perfect. Thank you.
Well, I was just going to say, the astronauts are lying about going somewhere, and they use the same logic that Neil just pointed out to justify why this non-existent place didn't hurt them. Now, Jaren's using it in the same way, the same faulty logic. Is that telling?
Very. Well, that's why I just prefaced the
That's
show
why
and
I
ended
said-
the housekeeping questions with any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or ether belief. Just shout out Retro Bill before we go on. Also, I was asking about the scientific method question in regards to scientific evidence in general, and it's because it's very telling. The only reason we're in this position is because our sword of truth, when it comes to scientific empiricism, cuts through flat earthers too. So we must be branded scammers to stop them in their pursuit of the magic trick that was used by heliocentrists. We must be stamped out when we point out that no, you can only use this word like experiment if you've actually got a hypothesis test, because that's what it is. Oh, you haven't got one? What's that, we're scammers? Outrageous. Shout out to Retro Bill. How can sunlight cause anything when it's only a word? You're on fire at the moment today, Retro Bill.
That's hilarious.
That's
Nathan.
why I said that. And you know what? The other thing is, it's very telling and kind of scary that he claims that the numbers are dwindling, but it takes time. So what have they got us on a watch as to when this FED is going to die?
Nah, they're infatuated with their numbers. They've always been that way. Just like the Evo tards back in the day. I can remember, debating like 50 of them at a time, and all of them would give the thumbs up, right, to their boys and their idiot retard remarks. And they said, well, look, most of the people here agree. So they're using numbers. It's the same thing, right? The same thing, rinse and repeat. They're all infatuated. You can hear Globe Dumpsters Bob go over his numbers. And Jaren, he's infatuated with these numbers. I don't know. Do these numbers make you a man, Jaren?
Sorry, just
Because
before you
you're
carry
dumb.
just stop. Just bear in mind, number one, I am a complete and total slave to my statistics and numbers. Number two, on multiple occasions, not only have I spoken to Jaren about science and the scientific method, I've talked to him about paying close attention to his numbers. So let's not just labour that too much, eh?
So have I. I took him aside. Me and him had a one-on-one, and tried to explain this thing to him for an hour and a half. Of course, it was like explaining trig to a 3-month-old. So this is what you guys are doing. You're trying to expose a 3-month-old. Well, he already did that himself, right?
I got a question.
Speak.
I got a question. In the heliocentric model, the sun's light is reflected off the moon. Now, in that model, wouldn't that also be some UV rays in that model?
Number one, there are no rays. Rays are a concept. Number two.
No, I know. Let's not get pedantic here. My question is this. If I go out all night on a full moon, am I going to get moonburned?
Probably not.
Okay. Now, does the moon light have UV rays?
That's a good question. I don't actually know the answer.
Yeah, it does, but not a lot. The sun
Okay.
has more, and a lot less infrared also.
Okay, so we've established, if once we check it out, that the moon emanates UV light at a smaller scale.
Hang on.
Well, let me finish.
Arwen just told you, yeah, it does. Where did Arwen validate this?
I just said once we validate it. That's why I said what I said. I don't know.
Go ahead, Ted.
But the point is, light is light. And if the sunlight back then, before they could build upon knowing more about light and seeing the spectrum and the UV, it was the light of the sun that people were exposed to, and they were getting burned, but they weren't getting exposed to the moonlight. So now if we've learned more about light, and as refractive curvature, John said, well, you just build upon it, but it doesn't change the fact that staying out in the sun, you're going to get burned. I don't understand. It doesn't change anything from what is the cause of it. You just find out more about it.
Yeah, it's not like your cause all of a sudden turned to, oh, it's darkness that provides suntans. Like, no, it's still the light, but now you have further information. Now you can build upon that, like John said. But it changed your previous cause because it's still coming from the light.
And even now, even if now we say, well, UV light is the reason, well, we don't know all possible things. So it's our best guess. It's the closest we can get to truth. Okay, that's it. It is not. Landry, did you sign up for?
Okay.
Sounds like a glober.
No, but guess we do in a hypothesis. There is a best guess. Your supposition of cause yet to be validated. That's what a hypothesis is. Your best guess for what causes the effect. But do you know what you're going to do after you've made that best guess? You're going to vary it and see if it causes it. That's called an experiment. When you take your best guess and see if it's right or not. And if you vary your best guess and it does not cause the effect, you prove your null hypothesis, which would be if A, your best guess, then not B, the effect you're studying. And when you vary A and it does not cause B, you have proven your null. Did you hear that word? Proof? Proven? You prove your null? You varied A like we varied soil in the water and it didn't cause it to boil. If A, not B. Yeah, that's proof. Tick. Next to your prediction that you proved. Bearing in mind that's all science does, Jeran's got a best guess. But what Jeran's doing is he's taking his best guess, that would be a hypothesis in this instance, and using it to claim the outcome as true. Mistaking a hypothesis for an explanation. Now, fiddle me this, where do we hear that? Where do other people describe a hypothesis as an explanation?
Globe.
For Patreon? I saw that today, or I saw somebody named Landry. Anyway, so the idea when I hear, and this is why I laugh at Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's the only one who says science is true whether or not you believe in it. Guess what?
Stop. There you go, right there. That's Jeran's idea of science. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Did you catch that? He's confusing pseudoscience with actual natural science. Remember that I warned them, idiots, for the past, 6 years, starting off on Bassano's channel when I used to put up, remember I always put up that introduction about the pseudosciences, paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is. And yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, astrophysics, cosmology, and friggin' astronomy. Remember, I always used to do that when I just did it a couple weeks ago. And then I juxtaposed it with the actual sciences, and I said, don't confuse the two. Remember, I've been doing that for years. He still doesn't get that. He thinks science is Neil deGrasse Tyson and what he represents. Astrophysics.
What he represents isn't what he's saying. It's stolen valor. What he's doing when he says science is right, whether you like it or not, is reaffirming what you were taught in 5th grade, that science is empirical. Oh, that's brilliant. Well done, Neil. I totally agree. Have you got any? What's that? You haven't got any? So it matters not how true science is for Neil deGrasse Tyson, because he hasn't got any.
No, what this shows, one second here. What this shows is that Jaron never watched us or paid attention to what we were saying. That's what it shows to me.
Yep.
So he's going off of all them fellas do this thing. It's what's the fallacy QE where they everyone's lumped into the same box. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. Where you're tarring everyone with the same brush.
Stereotype fallacy.
Stereotype fallacy. Yeah, he's stereotype. Yeah, they're all just this thing. He doesn't watch, doesn't pay attention to any of it. He thinks that he's too important or doesn't need to know these things. Or I know why he does.
But even if he didn't watch, Nathan said that he tried to discuss this with him. I did for an hour and a half, personally. So
you're missing it here. He did watch. He does know, and it's more scarier.
Oh boy, that's too deep there. That's nah. You're going into another realm there, 10th.
If science proved things, then science would be true whether or not you believed in it. But that's the biggest joke of a statement of all time.
So, Jaron agrees. If it was true, then science would be right whether you like it or not. Yeah, that's all we've done for the last 2 hours on this live show. Explain how you can only have one outcome if you vary something you assume causes your effect. That would be your best guess. And then it either confirms that it doesn't, that's proving it doesn't, or it does. That's the logic behind this method. And the stolen valor that Neil deGrasse Tyson employs when he says that fact is just to grease the skids of his just so stories, because they don't come with the science that is right whether you like it or not. But you might think that he's got that next time he says the word experiment and talks about an observation through a telescope.
Nathan, this is the main part that I did in the pre-show. He says there's proof, but it doesn't prove things. And then he contradicted himself by saying, it wasn't until Zach showed this experiment with the Van de Graaff. Right, hang on. The guy named Zach, whoever he is, he saw that experiment from Zach in the Van de Graaff generator. And he says that's when he changed his position. So if the first thing you said, Jaron, there's proof, but it doesn't prove anything, and then Zach showed something, and you said you changed your position, did you change your position for the lack of proof or the lack of it proved something? This is insanity.
Oh, you're pointing out the contradiction insanity. They're walking contradictions, aren't they?
Let's look at here. Where does it say? Does science prove everything? Wait, I wanted to find the one. When theory becomes a fact, who decides? What is a theory? Can science prove things false? What is true? Does science prove things? There was a good article that I was going to... Oh, yeah, this one. This is a article I've read in the past, Scientific American. Hello, are you going to resolve today? Thank you. So this is a good little... I think it's here. So it's talking about... Because July 1st, 2021. So it says, the COVID crisis has led many scientists to take up arms, or at least keyboards, to defend their enterprise. And to be sure, science needs defenders these days, but in their zeal to fight back against vaccine rejection and other forms of science denial, some scientists say things that just aren't true. And you can't build trust if things you're saying are not trustworthy.
Okay.
So, I wanted you to stop there because that was the famous Google scroll. That was freaking hilarious, man. It's freaking Google scroll. That's you. What a clown, man. I'll tell you what, I downloaded this, for those days that, just not feeling well and there's not too many things that are picking me up. I saved your video for this exact thing. I love that Google scroll. Between that and the scurvy is just a word, I need that for a pick me up. So thanks, man. Friggin' bozo.
One popular move is to insist that science is right, full stop, and that once we discover the truth about the world, we are done. Anyone who denies such truths they suggest is stupid, ignorant, or fatuous. Or, as Nobel Prize-winning physicist Steven Weinberg said, even though a scientific theory is in a sense a social consensus, it is unlike any other sort of consensus in that it is culture-free and permanent. Well, no. Even a modest familiarity with the history of science offers many examples of matters that scientists thought they had resolved. Right, which is why when Neil deGrasse Tyson says, whether or not you believe in science is true, it's like, no, dipshit. What about when it wasn't true in the past? Was it true then? Of course not.
See, that can't be the case. And I'll explain why. Because if you put something through the scientific method, to be true then and not true now would mean it would violate the law of non-contradiction. Let me explain.
Exactly.
If you've proved or proven that you vary the soil content in water and it does not cause it to boil, then you have automatically, permanently discounted the alternative hypothesis. Now, that was your supposition that the soil content did or would cause the water to boil. Now, you can't have that change with time. It's not affected by entropy. Once you establish the cause, or in this case, not the cause, that will never, ever change. Because if it did, you'd have soil causing water to boil and simultaneously causing it to not boil. You can't have both be true at the same time. And this is the essence of scientific empiricism. Upon performing an experiment, that thing that Jeran's stealing valor from when he calls his ether tests, again contextually a hypothesis test, an experiment, he's stealing valor from what that actually means. It means the actualization of the process that has only one outcome provable. Either you vary soil and it causes water to boil, or you vary soil and it doesn't cause water to boil, and both cannot be true. Once one is proven, it will always be the case. Jeran's saying that we've got an entropic effect affecting empiricism. Simply not true. Anybody got anything else to add, or I'll play a bit more?
Yeah, I did. Did he say fatuous? Can you rewind a little? I didn't listen to the whole thing.
All I heard was that he first cited a Nobel Prize winner and then just said no. Like, okay, great citation.
Examples of matters that scientists thought they had resolved. Right, which is why when Neil deGrasse Tyson says, whether or not you believe in science is true, it's like, no, dipshit. What about when it wasn't true in the past? Was it true then? Of course not, because we've come to a more clear, concise definition, or we've come to a more accepted definition. So you cannot say what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, nor can you say what FED says. No, science does not prove things. And why would you take that position?
Well, we took your example of soil and the content in water and found that if we varied it, it didn't cause it to boil. And I'm pretty confident in saying that with empiricism, because it would violate the law of non-contradiction to assert the contrapositive, which would be an alternative hypothesis, that soil content does cause water to boil. So I'm pretty confident in being able to say that. But in literal terms, Jeran has just told you, not asked, not appealed, but told you that you cannot say what Tyson said. You're not allowed. Jeran forbids it. just so we're clear about who's telling who what they can and cannot do. This scammer, with his bait and switch ether for magnetism, and his non-empiricism, non-proof yet strong evidence, aka proof doublespeak, is telling you what you can and can't say. I just want to get that clear.
I'd like to get something clear after Brian.
Yeah, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is my mic working?
Yeah.
I told you. Go ahead and play that little part again. Didn't you hear me say that? He said fatuous. Did you hear that?
I did. I rewound it, and we just ended up not quite getting enough. But is it that important?
It's not. Well, it's not that important. It's a background. The fatuous. What the hell? Fatuous? What the hell is that? What did he? Never.
A close cousin to factual.
Can he read? Jaron, are you fucking literate?
All right, let's move on.
Doesn't even make sense. So, well, no, even a modest, here we go, only to be reconsidered. Some familiar examples are Earth is the center of the universe. Now, again, we can ignore some of their dumb things now, because here's the thing. If they knew the truth, and we're going to get into this when we get into some debate stuff, if they knew the truth about Edwin Hubble and why he chose to go the other direction, now they've been all taught, just like we were in school, that they looked at both and they realized one was better evidence. No. And now this is why we do what we do. This is why you watch the show, is because we've determined, based on going back and looking at what Edwin Hubble said and these guys, that they said observationally, we are the center of the universe, but we must stay away from that.
Okay. So he said that they said, what are these, the scientists, or is this the method that we hold up as empirical? Oh, it's just what they said. See, Jaron, you seem to confuse science with what men say. Men can apply a method to offer empiricism when varying something they assume causes an effect they're studying. That's what they can do. And the two options aren't two just so stories that came from men when they observe a phenomena. Now you're suggesting that there's a phenomena being observed. And what do you know? We've got a method for empirically establishing cause of that, Jaron. Oh, what's that? We're going to appeal to what these men said instead? Why would we do that when we've got a method that we can put it through that offers empiricism in terms of establishing the cause of this effect that we're observing in nature? Because we are obviously going to be observing this in nature, aren't we?
And so to stay away from that, we choose spatial curvature, we choose this and this, and then they went in that direction.
Oh, so we chose spatial curvature? Sorry, something that we can't vary and manipulate as an independent variable. Oh, well, that wouldn't fail. That would definitely fail going through this method. The one that we use, the empirical one. We'd just immediately point out that this isn't something that you can vary and manipulate in physical reality. It's the curving of a fourth-dimensional space-time in mathematics. Definitely not a cause of this effect. So we'd immediately discount that in your false dichotomy based on what men say, because it's not naturally occurring. What was the alternative? Would it be ether? And that we can vary and put through the method. Oh no, it fails on its arse because we can't vary it. It's not real, and it's not part of the hypothesis that you'll present because you haven't got one. Ergo, this isn't the empirical science that can prove things. Oh, my bad. That doesn't prove things. It's just strong evidence, aka proving things. Double speak con man. How dare you call me a con man, Jaron, with your double speak cons about ether and what men say, in juxtaposition with two false dichotomies. You're just riddled with fallacy and ignorance. It's a disgrace. How dare you call me a scammer?
Nathan, it's pretty obvious. It's okay to talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it's pretty obvious that we are fighting pseudoscience. And we're saying they left the scientific method in order to create pseudoscience. What Jaron is doing is lumping both those into one category and calling it all pseudoscience. Now, this is so ridiculous. We wouldn't even be in this place if they hadn't hijacked the real science and do what Neil deGrasse Tyson does and say, science proves it whether you like it or not. That's pseudoscience, okay? That's Neil deGrasse, heliocentric, pseudoscience. The scientific method does not validate their ether, okay? And so they got to throw that in that pile. So they're so interested in ether that they misunderstand that we have given this flat earth group the best argument for all the pseudoscience arguments, which is the real scientific method, which they've never done. So he goes and cites first page of Google, second page of Google, whatever. And it's just like if you go today and hit flat earth, you get all these terrible sites. Whereas back in the day, Jeranism would pop up, Globusters would pop up, we would pop up. So he's doing the same thing to cover up as those guys are. I mean, this is so obvious that when we say science, we don't mean pseudoscience, and you got to get an empirical, rigorous experimentation. And he's lumping both of us in that same group. I don't understand this guy.
Think that that's some sort
Can
of
you hear me?
scientific change. Some familiar examples are Earth.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Something he said a couple times. He said truth several times, and then he said closer to the truth. And I thought, wait a minute. So a propositional statement is either true or false. Is it true that if I eat enough fruit, I will not get scurvy? Yes. Is it true that if I'm in the sun, I will get sunburned? Yes. Is it true that it's the vitamin C in the fruit that keeps me from getting scurvy? Yes. Is it the UV light? The UV light is causing the sunburn. All those statements are true. It's not a matter of whether you're getting closer to the truth. It's whether the statement you're making is true or false. So him saying closer to the truth is irrelevant.
Yeah. Some things are proven. Not all things that need to be proven or can be proven need to be put through the scientific method either. But there we go. Let's continue.
To the center of the universe, the absolute nature of time and space, the stability of continents, the cause of infectious diseases, which will change again, by the way, because we are going through that now. Science is a process of learning and discovery. Sometimes we learn that what we thought was right is wrong,
Stop that there.
which is great.
That
This
one
is why
did my head in yesterday.
You want me to play it again? Or do you want to start?
Look, the last time I checked, right, the way you get diseases, infectious diseases, is through that pathogenic route, yeah? The only way you get AIDS is if you go into the woods and bum a monkey, yeah? That's how we were told you get these things. Don't pretend that in 20 years' time, the way in which you're going to get a cold, the way in which you get chicken pox, the way, yeah, that they're going to be different. That is, I don't know why this waffle keeps coming out. Whether it's just to distract from the main purpose that there is no real point being made here other than ad hom attacks. But that was one of the many nonsensical statements that just makes me question what is going off here. Yeah? What is going off? You've got, this is Jeran, right? Someone I used to respect, we all respected, dealt with. Someone we actually thought, certainly this opinion has changed. This opinion is reversed from where it was in the past. And of all the stuff that's gone off, I don't mind the arguing, I don't mind the, you know, a bit of the banter. But for what he did yesterday was beyond the pale. To make the accusation against the fellow flat earther that he did to Nathan, that shocked me. Of all the, and I've sat here and I've took a tirade of abuse, private messages I've not shared from Bob, yeah, that just cast them in a very bad light. Lots of bad light, lots of bad behaviour as this has gone off. But one thing I did not expect was that. That has really shocked me. And the only reason I could think is they're losing that bad. That this is where this argument has got to now. As you go through these joke statements that elicit a response because they are so profoundly ignorant, to be perfectly honest, the only thing I think is they've backed themselves into a corner now where instead of and then again, projection, because this was cast at us, at Nathan, but I think they've backed themselves so far into a corner that the only way out is to do what they're doing, which, like I said, doesn't surprise me some quarters, but for it to come out and actually hear it directly from Jeran yesterday, it's absolutely shocking to me. Absolutely shocking.
Hear what? Be specific.
The scammer indirect, yeah, we can all have as many arguments as disagreements as we want, but to do something like that, I think was pretty darn low and shows the strength of what they've got left in their argument. If that's where they want to go, a direct lie, because it wasn't supported with anything, just It's the only reason I can think that they have to do this, so he must be a scammer. We've not changed in the 5 years. It's you guys that are changing. It's you guys that are wanting to rewrite the rules that undid the ball, yeah? To rewrite the standards that have lifted the veil, yeah? It's not us that are changing, guys. It's you, and frankly, like I said yesterday, I was aghast. I had nothing but respect for that man, yeah? And I thought he was probably the last bit of hope in the Globebusters side. There was somebody there who was honest, was genuine, and wouldn't lie about people. There's no way in the world I can honestly think anything other than that was a direct lie from Jaren with regards to Nathan. I'm done.
I agree. I was very shocked.
Talk about disappointing. Talk about disappointing. You know, I could be disappointed in how you guys react, but I never feel like, well, damn, you're straight up wrong. That was gross what he did, and I've been begging for Jaren since Arwen put me on to the 100 quotes that tell me we've been lied to. But just watching that was like real gross.
Oh no, and then
I
we'll
would
play
like
it more.
to say,
Oh, go on, John.
I would like to say that since I never, I'm not like any of you guys. I didn't come through a feast of nonsense to get here. Well, I guess I did, but it was on the globe side. I never had any kind of respect for anybody on that side of the argument, so I don't see it.
Whoa, you've just said something quite profound, which I definitely want you to make a note of, or someone else to make a note of, so we discuss this further. The feast of nonsense on the globe side. That's a very interesting statement you just made there, John, that you're going to get picked and prodded and quizzed about, I can assure you. That's got all sorts of things flying around my head, mate. Oh, that's brilliant. I got lots of goosebumps. But we must continue with this. So we'll focus on Jaren, and I'll get over my excitement for that last statement in a while.
Why science is awesome. Not scientism, science, okay? Science can also be understood as an institution or a better set of institutions that facilitates this work. To say that science is true or permanent is like saying that marriage is permanent. At best, it is a bit off-key. Marriage today is very different from what it was in the 16th or 18th century, and so are most of our laws of nature. Anyway, I won't go on and on. That's Scientific American if you want to look it up.
So can we all...
Science to marriage.
It's a false
Wait a
equivalence.
minute, laws of nature have changed?
And then he went on to describe how marriage changed. It's called a false equivalence fallacy. Any other comments
I don't
on
know
that?
about laws of nature. What law of nature changed?
Sounds like a feast of nonsense from the globe side, doesn't it?
My
I don't
gosh,
know.
how
I
can
don't
you
know about the
say
feast
that?
of nonsense from the globe type, but I do. I really do.
Oh, no, I want Jaren
Well, I mean, I want to talk about
write
marriage
down
for a second.
all the laws of nature that have changed.
Okay, we'll reiterate that. Hold on, just one sec, everyone, just one sec. We'll get to Paul in a second, but I'll reiterate 10th man's point. He's saying, if your assertion from Forbes or wherever it was, Scientific American, isn't that George Musa?
Yeah, he writes for Scientific American. Yes.
I thought he was the...
I don't know if that's him that wrote that. What he's
No, but I thought he was the
cited.
editor. I thought he was the editor.
He's one of them. Yeah.
So it goes through him.
But go back to laws of nature. How could they change?
So I think 10th man's challenging for a demonstration based on this citation, which ultimately does become Jaren's upon citation. It's now his claim. So what laws of nature have changed, pray tell?
Yeah, I want a list.
You might get a list of pseudoscience claimed to be laws of nature that were disproven and therefore were never laws of nature to begin with.
No, he said laws of nature have changed. He said that. He didn't say all those other words.
Okay, what 10th's pointing out is that a law of nature is an inviolable description of something which occurs always in nature. It's just a description. It has nothing to do with science. Now, by coincidence, Cami Nodal also contacted me and made the exact same mistake in regards to the use of the scientific method versus natural laws. They're a very different thing. you can describe them more akin to the first step of the scientific method, which would be observe natural phenomena. That's not a Van de Graaff generator moving a bit of paper, by the way. But observe natural phenomena, you could say, well, that's what you're doing if you describe the said phenomena that you're going to be trying to science. Well, that's all you're doing when you talk about a law of nature. Merely a description of something that occurs always in nature. That's all it is, a description. But the thing that occurs always in nature, that's what you're describing in the law. So when has that ever changed? The answer is it hasn't. And if it has, or you can show an example, it was never a law to begin with then.
And I was going to say, it like your description of what's happening in nature can get better based upon new information, but it doesn't change what was happening. It's not going to change what's happening in nature. It's just your description gets better because of new information.
I just want to answer the question on the headline. If you say science is right, you're wrong. Well, why bother doing it then?
What's the name of the magazine again?
Scientific American.
Scientific American.
And they're saying that as a title?
Yep. If you say science is right, in quotes, you're wrong.
Cancel your subscription right away.
Yep. So why are we doing it again?
And clearly, I couldn't find where people were talking about. They're like, oh, Nathan went after you yesterday. I don't know where that was. Was trying to find it. Couldn't find it.
It'll be on Quantum Eraser YouTube channel, Jaren. We did an entire Ballbusters covering the nonsense assertions that Witsit made. They included what you have claimed I'm a scammer for stating. That would be that science proves things. A point I tried to labour with you yesterday, but you were obviously quite defensive about it. You're not calling him out as a scammer now, are you, Jaren? The point being.
Find it.
And that's
but I did want to show, well, congratulations to Austin for his debate against Brian's logic, which was like knocking your head against the wall. Because the FED guys do the same thing. They get backed into a corner and they just talk strangely. It's like, and I can't even explain it. Brian's logic was all over the place, not understanding for 1 second what Austin was saying over and over again. They just keep repeating things they've heard, like from Nathan or something. The entire idea of gravity and whether things fall just based on relative density. Well, we've now seen with the Van de Graaff generator that you can adjust something, whether it floats or sinks, based on its electrical potential. And so therefore, it makes sense to me that, the electricity could set the down direction. Everything else is handled by density and...
You said that?
That was just me asking, just to pause. It's a really important point. As emissary, I'm looking into these things and trying to see what is going off. What are the claims? Well, that's a really important claim that's just occurred there. Jaren's making a positive statement that when they use the Van de Graaff generator, I think I interrupted on this point earlier, he's switching the polarity of up and down. That's his claim. Now, I would ask, other than the piece of paper levitating, where's his evidence for this thing that means all the consequential stuff he'll follow about relative density and the likes afterwards? That's the underpinning statement as to why it's not just relative density. And with his Van de Graaff thing, he's moving forward with the positive acceptance that you reverse the polarity of the way in which relative density plays out when you do that with a Van de Graaff. That, respectfully, is unsubstantiated, and a little bit ludicrous to claim that from that. Even if you've watched it and watched the piece of paper, where's your evidence that that's happening? And I think there's a kind of tacit acceptance when he laughs and mocks at the scoffing of doing it with a book or a mobile phone. Oh, of course it wouldn't work. Well, it should work if you reverse the polarity. It's not a matter of a field, of a strength of a field. You've just made the statement that you've reassigned up and down. You've already made the statements about the most powerful forces being the differential of relative density. But if you've reassigned up and down, whatever it is, irrespective of the weight, it should go the other way. Done.
Yeah, that's right. And so,
Well,
like
I would.
hold on, come on, the tower setup, right? The more extended egg experiment, like with the different oils and all that. Well, show me one of those towers, reverse the polarity or whatever, and then see it all flip upside down, right? That's what I would need to see. Otherwise, it's just the insertion of another force that displaces things. There's so many different types of forces that can be created to displace things. So to claim it is the foundation of.
Oh, we lost Darwin.
Lost Darwin.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hold on.
Well, Brian was
Okay.
The point that Adam made was reiterating what Brian said earlier. So I think it's most sensible that Brian goes next. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, and Jaron was addressing me. I'm going to go back to something that I said that Whitsitt said. Whitsitt told me that he could make me levitate up the way if he had enough charge, right? But the amount of charge would kill me. And I said, well, that would mean that same amount of charge is keeping me down, but yet I'm not dead. You know what I mean? It's like to reverse what the Van de Graaf generator is a reality reversal. That's what they're trying to claim when it comes to the Van de Graaf generator. But what it does is it inputs a huge amount of static charge into a very close, let's say a small area, into a small area, and it affects very small things. But it's purely just an effect that can only be caused by that exact situation. There is no evidence whatsoever that outside that exact situation that this static charge, because in reality, they don't, like, where is all this static charge just keeping everything down? Just because we have static charge and the Van de Graaf generator can generate a load of it and cause things like hairs to move up and down, doesn't mean that that's the reason why things fall down or go up. You know, it's faulty logic to the max. And
but with that double speak, though, right, Brian? Because didn't Whitsitt tell you when you asked him, what can you make float? Well, any object in the world. That was his response. Any object in the world. Oh, can you make my phone float? No, just a little piece. If I scrape a little piece of your phone. Also, not every object in the world then. But if I tried it with you, I could do that, but it would take so much electrostatic charge that it would kill you. That seems very practical and useful.
Well, isn't that what I said earlier? If it existed in the natural world, the way they said, we'd all be dead.
But funny enough, sorry, John, real quick, but funny enough, if I were to just concentrate on, I don't know, relative density, I could just go to the store and just buy a giant helium balloon. Could I make the phone float without destroying it? Without could I make myself float if I got in a helium balloon or a hot air balloon big enough?
Yeah.
So that seems a little bit more practical in reality then, huh? Okay.
Go ahead, John.
Well, not just that. Not just that. And this, I have a question for Brian. It's a two-part question. The first part's a yes or no. Brian, did you make any claim to Whitsitt that you needed to support?
Only about the relative density. I made the claim of relative density that I can prove with relative density by changing the density of the medium, that I can cause a substance, object, gas, whichever, to either go up or down.
Is that a point? Well, if that's a point he conceded, right, then how were you backed into a corner if you weren't making a positive assertion he didn't agree with?
He's not got any claims to defend, and neither have I. What I do have is an empirical method that I can demonstrate as advanced humanity and how it's applied. But that's not really a positive claim.
The only positive claim that you guys have made, or us guys, is that science proves things. That's the only thing I can see in all of this that is, but fundamentally, that's what they're challenging. And it's the only thing we are saying that they have been able to kind of compose into a sentence that makes sense and is addressable. If you listen to the rest of it, it's a little bit wishy-washy, isn't it? But that seems to be the only claim.
Buoyancy. So it's not even really worth talking about the electrical part because that just sets a down direction. That's it. Everything else is handled through density. But here's the problem is those guys keep going back and they're like, oh, well, why don't you make my phone rise in the generator, in the Van de Graaff generator? It's like, what are you talking about? A phone is a hugely dense item. Nobody's saying that you can make things levitate that are heavy. That we're talking about little things like you put a piece of paper on the ground, then you turn on the generator, it creates an electrical field, and then the thing floats. Well, that's a tiny piece of paper. But what you did by making it float is you adjusted it, and so at least we can say, not proof, that it could set the down direction. So why would flat earth debate be so against that idea? Why not just admit, yeah, the generator does do that, so therefore you're probably right. It probably does set the downward direction, and density and buoyancy weigh the rest out. No, they want to argue with it.
Because
what does that mean?
We stop that?
Because it didn't prove his premise. That's why he said it maybe all these other words other than proving his premise in the first place. But because he can lift a piece of paper off the ground, he wants us to believe that that proves his premise. Get the hell out of here.
It contradicts it in its own support, doesn't it? Because, oh, I can't do it with a heavy item, which you can say, well, yeah, using static electric and a Van de Graaff, you're probably not going to be able to lift a mobile phone. But that isn't what he's saying. He's not saying you can use these powers to lift things. He's saying you can use this to reset the orientation of down. The second you've done that, its own weight will make it go the other way, won't it? So a heavier thing will be more susceptible to move once you've reorientated down.
See, that penny didn't drop till now.
Exactly.
Right. So within the parameters of his claim, the weight, the heavier it is, the quicker it'll shoot upwards, Jaren. Because you've reversed the polarity of the direction of down to up, right? So really heavy things are going to shoot up really, 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 really fast, right? No.
And a feather will float up gently.
Exactly, Adam.
And that the electrical goes away.
I mean that's a very nice. Oh, sorry.
You were interrupting, Jared.
I mean, because this is okay. I just want to say that's a very valid retort to all this, and it's like all of the valid retorts that have come today. They won't be. Like I don't see anyone actually saying anything as it's related to anything not negative that we're saying. So we're talking about the information. We're talking about what Jaren's saying. We're saying, hey, if you're switching the polarity then, and you're switching the directionality, then yeah, the weight wouldn't matter in the sense that it's not that it wouldn't. Something heavier wouldn't go up. Is that it should go up specifically because the directionality has changed. That's what you're trying to say is the case, but that's obviously not the case. But nobody's going to be talking about how that's a fair point. They're going to be talking about how nobody can talk here, and nobody can get any points out. Nobody's proving or trying to prove scientifically anything while saying that there's all of these causes that are attributed to all of these hypotheticals that we're supposed to accept, otherwise we're atomists. It's annoying. It's very annoying.
Pierce? No, it's still there. So what are you going to do with it? Well, we don't even talk about it because we just stick to our same talking points and we stick to whatever Anthony Riley came up with 2 years ago, and we're just going to stay with that no matter what. So for me, I weigh options. That's why I was in the middle. One time I was on their side, looked at it, Bob's talking this, I'm like, I don't still agree with that until I saw some of the experiments Zach did. At which time I said, oh, well, we can't deny that that's happening. So therefore, it makes sense to me that if anything set the down, it would be that.
We can't we can't deny that that's happened. So what you mean you take it as proof then? You can't deny it. So you take it as being proven then if you can't deny it. All right. Oh. So this experiment that Jaren's stealing valor from the actual empirical method of science that has hypothesis actualization, aka experiments. He's got an experiment and he can't ignore it. So what? This experiment proves your ether, but scientific experimentation, where it's not just a best guess based on what a man said, but a variation of your presumed cause to see if it causes or not. That's not proof. But this can't be ignored. Your double standards are outrageous, Jaren. I mean, literally so glaring that if you can't hear them yourself, let's keep it simple.
What was the article? Nathan, what was the article titled in Scientific American?
I can't remember exactly. It was something like, if you think science proves, you're wrong.
Okay, so he saw Zach do an experiment, okay, and he believes it. I mean, everyone, you got to see the doublespeak here. This is incredible.
So let me go here real quick and see if I've got this set up for. Oh no! I wanted to go
This
to.
is from Geosociety, Nature of Science. Experiment. Once the hypothesis has been established, it is time to test it. The process of experimentation is what sets science apart from other disciplines, and it leads to discoveries every day. An experiment is designed to prove or disprove the hypothesis. If your prediction is correct, you will not be able to reject the hypothesis. That was Christine McClelland in The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. That's it. That's the end of that particular clip. Oh, we got
Didn't
through it.
Jaron just agree with that? Didn't Jaron just say that you couldn't reject the evidence?
Yeah, that's why I picked that particular clip to go right after that.
Joseph said it's not
funny.
really worth talking about the electric part because that just sets the down direction. Everything else is handled by relative density. Very interesting.
Any
I was
last words?
told that.
Oh, go on, Chocolate. Sorry.
No, I'm just pointing it out again. I mean, I know we did before, but it's like we're being told that because electrostatics exists, we therefore can't call anything else any cause, even though if I develop a scientific experiment that has no electrostatics as the cause. But because electrostatics exists, I just got to include it in my cause. Kind of like when the globe would say, well, time causes everything. You can't get rid of time, even though that's just a concept, but it causes everything because there's always time. Kind of sounds the same, doesn't it? Even though that's not what I manipulated in my experiment.
I'd like to know, good point, Chocolate. I'd like to know how this ties to ether from their side.
Because the static electric charge is manifested basically from the ether.
Okay.
That's the basics of it.
Okay,
All
okay.
electricity and magnetism basically are derived from that.
Okay, so why do I need a Van de Graaf generator to see a small shaving of metal or a feather or a piece of paper float? Why can't I just see it naturally happening in nature?
What Van de Graaf generator? The one that was developed as a particle accelerator?
Yeah, that one.
For subatomic particles?
Yeah, that one.
Subatomic particles meaning particles in atoms? Or are we talking about atomists now? I'm confused because I thought that was pseudoscience.
Well,
yes, but I want Brian to answer my question.
Your question, they would, I would go off of Wixit because so far he seems to have the most amount of information on what they're claiming, right? He would view that as a silly question. He would view that as a silly question because his claim is that his belief is that magnetism, electricity, static electricity, all this is all being input into our system via the ether, whatever the ether is.
Yeah, but he said on Nathan's short, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt here. He said on Nathan's short that if you connect the two, it's a reification fallacy.
Yeah, but if he's talking about if you make a statement of fact.
Oh, so it's a belief now.
Well, he told me it was a belief. Now, Bob would state more than likely that it's a fact. See, my problem with all this, right? One of my problems with all this stuff is that someone like Bob would claim something as a fact and proven until he's addressed on it by someone else who wants to ask him hard questions, someone like us, and then it becomes his opinion until we go away, and then he starts claiming it's a fact again. So that's the problem. So we have a lot of people claiming that this stuff is factual, and this thing proves this, and this is definitely the proof of or the cause of that, and that's what's going on. And but people like Bob, who have these big audiences, will call it proof and fact and everything else and the cause of this, that, and the other thing until he's addressed on it, and then he's put back into a corner and he'll say it's his opinion and he's entitled to his opinion.
Yeah,
but then he'll turn it from in his opinion it's a scientific fact on his show.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Jaron just said science doesn't prove things. Bob says ether is science, and then Whitsitt says it's not science. And if you reify it, you will be reifying it if you connect it to magnetism.
I've got this set up for. Oh no! I wanted to go to Whitsitt gets it. Whitsitt gets it. Just wanted to find this one part.
You can prove that there is a cause and effect relationship. Your thing about the science, I actually don't fully disagree with you. I think what this is you can demonstrate, you can prove it. When you manipulate heat, water boils.
Back when Nathan Oakley kept saying things like science proves this, science proves, I took him and said, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right?
You can prove it. When you manipulate heat, water boils.
Whitsitt gets it.
That's your thing about the science. I actually don't fully disagree with you. I think you can prove it.
I took him and said, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right? Whitsitt gets it.
You can prove it.
I took him and said, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right?
Hey, that's copyrighted, man. I do that. You can't do that.
Do what?
Put it together, contradictions, put them together. That's an art.
That's numpty clip editing.
That's actually what I was hoping you'd do when I post that video. So kudos to you, Nate.
You call that a numpty clip? Oh, fair enough.
I mean,
it's numpty clip.
That's why I asked earlier. If talk about the ether isn't science, and there's a straw man if suggested, and if it's just a logical framework for how we talk about it, then why are we talking about cause and effect anything?
Just whistle past the direct contradiction that they just made, right? What is it now? The 85th, 87th, somewhere in that vicinity, right?
Somewhere around that.
Well, you can heat water and it boils. Well, you can't prove that, but what?
Well, that statement coming from Whitsitt was in response to a super chat that Jaron had left attacking Brian, right? And that's Whitsitt actually correcting Jaron, saying, well, I do agree with you, Brian, in regards to science. You can prove things.
Let me get it straight. So prior to making Jaron's video, this is just one of the reasons I was so furious about it as the day progressed and more information came in. Basically, having been corrected, he didn't call him out as a scammer. He called me out as a scammer.
No, yes, exactly.
Yeah, that was post. That was after he was corrected because Jaron's Joe came out afterwards. Correct.
Right. So did he go out and call the man who's pointing it out to him, in this case, Whitsitt, a scammer? No, he broadcast live to an audience and told them I was a scammer. For that exact same thing. What an absolute disgusting outrage.
I need, my favorite is, and you guys already know, besides scurvy's just a word, you know what my favorite is. The Google headline scroll through the pseudoscience garden. That's my favorite, right? Because I love that. Let's try another one. Let's try science and the earth is a sphere scroll and put that up in Google and then just Google scroll and see what they have to say on the headline.
Just parrot off the headlines. Just the headlines. Don't bother reading it. Don't do any primary source research. Don't see whether or not they're valid in their claims that they've even got any science. Just read the headlines. And then, obviously, that's perfectly reasonable to then claim all that's true. And then you can call me a scammer for saying the Earth's flat, Jaron. That seems just as reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep ponding away at that C4 fire, Jaron. You should have another show tonight on this topic. And every night for the next month. That's what I want to hear.
I've threatened the same. I've said the same. I've said I will keep covering this. No worries. Till we get a retraction. Now that it's we rather than just me. But I've already said that to him. Game on. If you don't want to retract it and you're going to say, oh, no, it's because you don't understand how science doesn't prove and double down on your nonsense, game on. I'll keep reiterating this. His response to me was to say, going after me won't go well for you. Well, right. I'm not that interested in self-preservation when you're calling me a scammer. Yeah, I'm defending myself here, Jaren, and I'll do it indefinitely till you make a retraction. The only problem with that is that I don't have a position to defend in this regard. You do. It's your scam ether claim, your bait and switch with electromagnetism. That's what you'll have to defend along the way, as I indefinitely point out who's the actual scammer here. It ain't me.
Yeah, you funny fucking retard.
Yeah, I think that's where we'll end this live show. So with that, I'll say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ Panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Promoing streams, then stay tuned. As I say, there will be an after show to follow. Of course, a massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hit the thanks button, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Choose a hill to die on, right? Don't you want to be the one with all the ammo and bullets to fire with an empirical method? Like, isn't that the place to be? Like, if you're surrounded by retards with water pistols and they're wanting you dead, we're like armed to the teeth here.
Just gotta make a quick announcement. Sorry, guys.
That's the truth. The problem is.
Sorry, just
That's the
one second.
truth.
Just one second.
Hold up, guys. Hold up.
Just 1 sec.
Go ahead, Nathan.
I need to move to the after shoot. After shoot? The after show. So I'm going to do that now. If you want to join, if you follow me in.
Well, you're not in, wait a minute, you're not in here anymore?
No, he's talking about in something else.
Oh,
in Gilded. In Gilded, I've moved from the after show. In Discord, it was automatic. Now I have to manually move and tell them to move and follow.
Yeah, that was a long after show or live show.
I don't want to be I don't want to be a gilded man. I'm not moving.
But the after show is over. I don't get it.
No, the live show is over. That was a extended, almost 3-hour live show.
Oh.
So,
okay.
So you're. Hold on a second. So you're in Gilded.
What? Yes, I am. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I didn't get any of this information. So your broadcast, there's people in there.
Just exactly the same as Discord, Curious, like basically identical. It literally, you go in and you go,
sit there and laugh at me.
Pardon?
Don't fucking sit there and laugh at me. I don't know anything about. I mean, I'm in Gilded, but I don't know how this works.
Sounds like a personal problem.
There's a lot of personal problems here, Tent.
It really won't be a problem.
So I was gonna say that the latest critique is true. What was it? The bottom line is yes. We don't have a position. Like you don't have a position until you make a claim. Yes, that's true. And they're trying to make that seem as though, oh, we just want to run around and try to disprove everyone else without having an actual claim. Saying that as if it's this weak intellectual position. No, fam, when I fucking wake up and I'm eating cereal and the world is proposing shit to me, I don't have to accept it, nor do I have to give you an alternative while I'm eating Cheerios to your bullshit. I can just say, no, that's bullshit, and I can refill my bowl and continue eating my cereal. That's insane to try to paint the fact that we're not going around telling people how the world works. That being intellectually weak because we're telling everyone else that you don't know
how God created everything and how it works.
So you're admitting to be a serial flat earther.
Plus, it's not strictly true. We did technically tell people that water boils at 100 degrees at sea level. So,
hey guys,
my biggest problem
yeah,
is
Chuck,
go
just
ahead,
give
go
me a
ahead,
second. I'll be quick. I'll be real quick. This is the greatest thing that has ever happened to this show at this time. I liken it to what happened when I listened with Nathan trying to show Bob the scientific method. It made me come to the show. And it was through Bob I heard about FED, and I tuned in and I saw the logic and I saw the arguments that were solid, and Bob was off. And I no longer was at Bob's, but I'm here. Now that's going to be repeated thanks to Jared. This is a positive. This is fantastic, because when you want to purify precious metals, you have to heat it up, and all the bad stuff, they call it dross, floats to the top, and they skim that off so they could stamp on the coin 999.9% pure. And this is what this show is doing. We're sticking to our guns. We're not making stuff up. We take on all the hard subjects. And now in this so-called flat earth community, a few people have gone crazy. And now it's back on our shoulders to set it all straight. And we didn't take it to them. They brought it to us. And so with this ether nonsense, which we said we have no problem with ether, just prove it first, and then we'll agree with you. Well, we can't prove it. Okay, well, then what are you talking about it for? Well, it's a belief. Okay, that's a belief. We'll let you believe it. No, but it's the background to everything. But you said you couldn't prove it, and it's a belief. Okay, so because of that, they're so butthurt that they have to attack the show, and it's the greatest thing that ever happened. We're going to gain so many subscribers from this. You just watch.
if you say so.
Maybe.
I hope you're right.
And this started as us attack. This started as us attacking ether believers. That is what warranted this assault, because there was this feeling that people were going around telling people that they couldn't believe in the ether, which is partially true in some contexts. But overall, in general, the only thing that this show has been doing is disproving positive claims where they can be disproven.
What the
That's
hell?
literally.
Whoa. Wait a second. Which is partially true. That there was some people out there telling other people, I think you got Jedi mind trick, that you couldn't talk about the ether. I never said that. Who said that?
Partially true means not you, but other numpty flat earthers that you can't follow behind all day long, John.
Oh, so there was actually people, flat earthers, saying that they couldn't talk about ether?
Yeah, if they can't scientifically prove it, don't talk about it. And it would cause arguments and all this and yada 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 and blah blah blah.
But they forbade them from talking about the ether. We're talking cross purposes here.
They forbade them. That's why Witsit said, I'm tired of you guys going around telling us we can't talk about the ether. That's why I'm addressing it.
Oh, so it wasn't us guys, though.
That's what I said. All this show did was just disprove positive claims when people came here. That's also what I said.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
Right.
Is the ether a positive claim?
No, I just wanted to get to the point where someone was telling them that they weren't allowed, quote unquote, to talk about ether. Then he shifted it on to us, because I've never said that. You can talk about anything you want. You're just going to get your asses handed to you. In fact, I liked hearing it. So
that's pretty much what I was trying to say.
Shifted 60, shifted that blame to us, is what you're saying. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Because how else did this conversation end up on this show? We didn't.
No,
Nathan didn't give a damn.
Not the conversation. Don't focus. I'm not talking about the conversation. I'm talking about the actual fact that they were told that they weren't allowed to talk about it.
Right.
That's all I'm focused on. So what
Right.
I'm saying is, he's shift. It's so contradictory. Well, how can they do it? How can he say that? Well, he made it up. Like he makes everything else up. Shocking, right? That's how he did that. Do you get Jedi fucking mind tricked? When somebody tells you something, does that automatically make it true? Right?
I think what Eli was saying is that when he
was the
heard
same
that,
thing that John just said.
Yeah,
I said
what
the
Eli-
same exact thing he said.
well, okay, let come third party. What I hear Eli saying is that when he heard that, he says, well, that's not what we did, because we just heard your positive claim and we went at that. No one said you couldn't bring it up. And so what do people who have nothing to back up is what John is saying, they make stuff up.
Well, can I give it another context that might help? As a glober, I could say that I'm not allowed to talk about the globe here.
What globe?
No, you're missing John's point.
Uh-oh.
He's saying, does it not sound familiar? Do you not hear the same chimes coming from a different camp?
Yeah. While simultaneously being told,
that's why Chocolate said earlier, they sound like globers.
yeah, well, but while simultaneously being told that we can't talk about the cause of an effect if we don't bring electrostatics into the equation, or that we are pseudoscientists and scammers because we talk about things that have the fundamentals of, I don't know, particles, atoms, but yet a certain device can be brought up whenever they want to and invoked. That very development and origin comes from subatomic particles, atoms. So should I start calling people atomists now? Nah, I'm not going to do that because I don't need to do that. But apparently that's what we're called, right? I don't like that type of hypocritical shit. But that's real soft and like it's 2022. Come on.
I've heard this term electrostatics thrown around. Somebody please define that for me. I'm not trying to expose you guys. I just heard the word.
Is that the movement of electric charge?
Electrostatic, because Shits at 60 got his backup from me.
Hold on. No, because it seems contradictory if you say it's the movement when within the word it's static.
Static.
The study of static electricity.
It's a static charge.
It's the study of the movement, not movement.
The definition of electrostatic, relating to stationary electric charges or fields as opposed to electric currents.
Who pulled out Alexa? What's going on here?
I love it. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ channels for making today's pre and after shows possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting the thanks button and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley and I will see you all in the next video.